Welcome to the semi-finals day and Queensland Derby day for our Winter King tournament. I'm Nick Heathcote. I'm going to be your host today, aka Scoot from Little Birdie TV, and I'm joined with by Nick McWalter from Racing Previews. You might have seen him do some stuff with Betfair, and we walk into Little Birdie for the first time. How you feeling?
Yeah, beautiful. Thanks for having me. Happy to make my debut today, so hopefully I can talk a little bit of shit, steer the listeners and the followers into a few winners. But yeah, looks a great day of racing ahead.
Yeah, it looks a cracker. So some menacing weather up in Eagle Farm. They've had some rain overnight, so looks like it's going to be a soft 6, maybe soft 7. There's more rain forecast for the next few hours, so how much they get into the track remains to be seen, and we'll see how the pattern develops. But I think that's going to play a bit of a part, or a big part, in how the results are. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Eagle Farm sort of bounces back. Obviously, Doomben was pretty pronounced the bias there, and the track probably wasn't going super in the lead up to all this rain. But it'll be interesting to see. It could go either way here.
Yeah, you'd think that back to Eagle Farm is going to probably be only a benefit from all the things that I can sort of gather up. I think it will play a little bit better, but yeah, obviously rain on race day, no matter the track anywhere, that's always the biggest issue. So hopefully it stays away, and if it does arrive, hopefully it's not too much and everyone gets their fair share. That's all you can ask for.
Absolutely. All right, so you can see on the screen now we've got all 4 contestants or teams starting on that 5K balance. So the rules are that they have to turn over the $5,000. If they have to have a minimum of 5 bets, and if they only have 5 bets, the maximum bet they can have is $2,500 on a horse. So we want the guys to have action. We don't just want them to plonk on one horse. And I guess it's a bit of a game of skill to try and back the right horse, but it's also like bank management here and a bit of, I guess, gamesmanship. It'll be interesting to see what the final winning balance was. I do know from the past Master Punters tournament, I think the boys started at $20,000 each, and Walt was the winner there. He took his balance to $51,000 on 2 occasions. So maybe the winning total is somewhere between the sort of, the $7,000 and $10,000 mark, but just looking at how the card's sort of set up, there could be some big results. Like if the favourite gets beaten in the Queensland Derby and someone can jag a middle pin result there, I could see the banks definitely tripling. And but I think that'll be the big turning point. And that final hour of betting at Eagle Farm is going to be absolute beauty. And the only other rule that we've got is all the bets have to be placed in Queensland. So the boys have got Eagle Farm, they've got Bow Desert, and they've got Cairns. And obviously it's rain affected all over the place.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we alluded to before when we were having a chat off camera, obviously there's a few sort of flashy pin-up horses that are going to be well found in betting across the day. So it often doesn't shoot as straight as it looks sometimes. So Definitely the boys are getting involved in the teams if they can manage to get 1 or 2 of them beat. Hopefully they're not our bets, but if they can get 1 or 2 of them beat, there's definitely avenues for them to make that balance go skyrocket for sure.
It could be boom and bust, so I agree with your sentiments there. Let's have a look at the speed map. Race 1 is only a couple of minutes away, and I think there'll be some late action here from a couple of the guys, but speed map courtesy of MACBET and punting form here. And it looks like Betcha the Crown is going to be one of the leaders here with Linthorpe Lad. Beefweek Princess will settle in behind them, and then you've got Tajaki and Sunfall. And then obviously the favourite for the race is, it's fighting. They're fighting out favouritism here, which is somewhat surprising. Tenzing is going to map probably midfield, and then Poison Chalice is starting to get out a little bit, which is a surprise to me, but maybe the big syndicates are happy to take it on from a map perspective. But we've sort of got it settling sort of like third last with Sunset Soiree buried on the fence. And I know that you're a bit of a fan of Paul Prushka, and it was pretty hard to miss the run of Poison Chalice first up at Flemington.
Yeah, well, they went to the straight 6 at Flemington over 1,200 metres first up to make sure that he was going to get a decent hit out first up fast 1,200 metre race instead of going to a 1,400 metre race and having a soft run potentially if bad luck or something went in his way. And he was super first up. Like he was just as good, if not better, than Stapati, who's a good horse and goes around in a better race this afternoon. I'm not really worried about the step up from 1,200 to 1,600, and I just think this horse has a lot more upside than a lot of these Queensland horses, it's sort of, from what I can gather, I'm not massive on my Queensland form. I'm over it a little bit, but looks like this lot sort of just take their turn. So for a horse like him, who I think's got much better than benchmark 85 ability, I thought he was one of the better bets of the day up there, and I'd be pretty surprised if he doesn't run a hell of a race. I think $4 is a bit of a luxury, and I think we're getting a fair opportunity to set ourselves up to play with theirs for the rest of the day.
Yeah, we with the Little Birdie Syndicate tipping subscription that we've got, so that's Nick Noonan, myself, and Anthony Don. I personally sent this as a 2.5 unit bet. I'm surprised the market's sort of getting out here, but this is a horse back in the spring that I sort of labelled a potential Caulfield Cup horse. I think he's definitely looking for 2,000 metres. It's a pretty lofty goal. I would have thought maybe a horse progressing like this, especially with this horse's temperament, I think he plays up a little bit. But if he matures and if he can settle and if he can stay, it wouldn't surprise me to see him really be a bit of a menace at sort of 2,000, 2,400 metres. So, yeah, I've got a massive opinion of this horse, and I know a lot about Sunset Soiree, and I'm shocked that it's sort of like a $6 chance in this market. I can sort of understand.
$4.40. This is getting silly.
Yeah, it's I'd sort of want to be betting again. I'm just sort of looking at some of the accounts here. I am logged into all 4 accounts, so it's somewhat challenging. But I do see that Donny has backed it. He's on Tajaki and Poison Chalice. There's not much action in the Racing Rant account at this stage. We'll once we sort of get settled into the stream here, we'll do our best to the bets. But Poison Chalice and Tajaki is definitely the way that Anthony Don's playing, and John Mcleod looks like he's had 800 on Poison Chalice and 200 on Sunset Soiree. So Donny's had 125 on Tajaki and 275 on Poison Chalice, and the Racing Ramp boys have got some tiny multis, some $20 and $40 multis, and then John Walter hasn't had a bet at this stage. But listeners and viewers of our Bet Doctor show from Thursday, they would have seen Emirate win pretty well there at Rose Hill in race 2. So bit stiff there. John Walter with the rules not allowing bets in Sydney to count, but he's off to a flyer. Donny, he was off to a flyer yesterday as well, so he had Ella's World win as his Don Best bet for Friday at the Sunshine Coast, so I'm sure their Bet Doctor listeners are doing well, and DK had that sick beat up at Wagga, so plenty of action already here, and now they're racing in this benchmark 1600, and no surprise to see.
Don't choke him, D.
Yeah, hopefully he's running pretty cold there, but it's not really out of character.
He's tugging for a bit more rain.
Yeah,
He hasn't really settled properly
at this stage. But be interesting to see how the track's playing and what sort of kickback there is.
It's my arch nemesis, this bloke, so watch him get this beat.
Who, Michael D?
Can't catch him. Got a big chance to redeem himself here, though. Have to grow wings. Where are you going to go? Come on.
Here he comes.
Come on, Chal. Come on, just pin your ears back. Come on.
I think he's looking for further. Come on.
Come on.
Come on, big boy.
Come on. Oh, just level out.
I don't think he's going to get there.
Oh, this is going to be cooked. Come on. Oh.
That is sickening. Jeez, he set him a task, didn't he?
Just teased the whole way up the straight.
Yeah. Just on that, I think he needs every bit of 2,000 metres this horse. Hey?
He was under hard riding before the corner.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's gunning.
$2 a place. He just takes the piss. Totally go on up there.
That's amazing, hey. Gee, you can bounce a horse back. I'm struggling to see the YouTube comments, but once I get them up, make sure we're sort of settling in here for a good 5.5 hours. So make sure you fire in plenty of questions, and once we get the live chat screen up and working, we'll be taking questions and comments and share your sort of wins and losses and any other tips that you have through the YouTube chat channel. And
God, that's sick.
yeah, that's that makes me a bit crook there.
Nothing like a sick beat in the first.
Just to get it out of your way.
Yeah. Danny's probably filled his boots. Flashy Victorian horse has come up. He's got $6 about his horse. Probably thought it was a moral.
Oh. Fuck, my day was done then if that had a won.
Goes good off the track too, going. Not quite as good as C-Mar, but
Yeah.
he's on the podium.
Yeah, so I'm Scoot. This is Nick Walter. You probably heard him on Racing Previews, the podcast that those boys drop on a weekly occasion. You've probably seen him down at the Bull. A lot like myself, he's a big jumps lover. I guess you're new to the little Birdie audience to a certain degree. How did it all start with you? Was the old man roped you into it, or where's your passion and love for betting and horses?
Yeah, so my old man, he's always been big into his racing, and that's obviously where I got the bug from, when I was a young fella. But sort of my journey into racing. So Ben, who I do the podcast with, we sort of this was back during COVID. We sort of connected just through social media, and we've become pretty close mates ever since. And it was a bit of a pipe dream. Just 2 years ago, I said let's do a podcast, and started with one mic around my bedroom, a bedroom bedside table before Warrnambool a couple of years ago, and it's been strength to strength ever since then. We added Will Alford, who's a little robot. It's a name that listeners will hear in the future. He's got a future in racing. He's a very sharp analyst. He's very boring, but he's very astute when he wants to be. So the podcast has sort of started and gone from strength to strength ever since. And did a little bit of stuff with Betfair over the recent carnival, which a few punters might have seen in the Twitter sphere. Jumps racing is my bread and butter. That's what I love, especially this time of year. That's what I mainly wager on. Yeah. This time of year, obviously in the winter, the horses sort of take their turns a little bit more, and it gets harder, I think. But I love my jumps racing, and it looks to be a good day again tomorrow. So I think I've got a good thing that we can allude to later on at the stream for the punters out there for a little Sunday fill up, hopefully. But
outstanding stuff. All right, so a little bit of damage there for Donnie. Donnie's lost 400 in that opening race with Tajaki and Poison Chalice there, so he's dusted 400. Looking at John Mcleod's account, he had 800 on Poison Chalice and 200 on Sunset Soiree, so no rest for him. He's straight into the action there, Johnny Mcleod. And just looking at the Racing RANT account and John Walter, there was definitely no action late there. So, personally, a little bit...
Still can't get over that.
Yeah. A little bit wounded there, but nice little bet for John Mcleod there. So he covers his stake there. So looks like he's taken best tote with SP. So
it's almost one of those ones you would have rathered him just not do anything. Like when they tease you all the way up the straight like that, like they're gonna do it, they hurt more. Like I would have rathered him just whack away at the back and not finish off.
Yeah, he was definitely...
I would have rather know the fate at the top of the corner rather than the last 50.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be pretty keen to get off the fence though at Eagle Farm, and it looks like it's definitely testing going. So it'd be interesting to see how a horse like In Secret handles the 1300 metres in the Group 1.
Especially first up.
Yeah, it's a cracking race, and I think they're great races. The two Group 1s at Eagle Farm, lots of different angles in both races, and the quality of the fields are really, really good. Just having a look at just Caulfield in the background here.
This might be a pretty smart horse.
Yeah.
Sing.
Yeah, it's no slouch, Blue Renegade, is it?
It's going to kick back and nearly win.
Yeah. Nut held.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's 2 from 2 for that Bright Oak horse. Definitely can't take it away from the second horse. It never gave in.
The other thing we will make a note of, the final hour, any bets that are placed on races 7, 8, and 9, they'll be kept secret until basically 5 minutes before the off or 3 minutes before jump time. With our last tournament, we did run into a couple of sort of, I guess, piggybacking issues where, it was sort of getting neck and neck in, like coming down the home straight.
And the boys weren't too brave.
Well, we didn't really have any rules in place to stop it, but a couple of guys were sort of tailing in to make sure that protecting their bank balances and making sure that they could fall over the line and have the same sort of results running for them. So we're going to try and remove, I guess, that element. So less of the guys are piggybacking and jumping on the same horse, and they're trying to bet their own selections rather than just sort of like buff out and be on the same sort of horses. So hopefully that works to a certain extent, but all the guys are pretty friendly and sort of reasonable blokes. So they are playing for a trip to Hong Kong, but again, it's not the be all end all for these guys if they don't win the trip. But they'll be doing their darndest for sure, and they'll be betting as well as they can to make sure that you guys get a really good dividend at home. And if the last 2 tournaments are anything to go by, hopefully, they get a good result and at least money back, or even double or triple the fund. So they'll be betting somewhat responsibly, but somewhat aggressively at the same time, trying to get the W, and the 2 highest banks will progress until the grand final, which is going to be the Stradbroke Handicap Day. So we've taken away the A versus B, C versus D semi-final normal structure, and whoever's got the highest balance or the 2 highest balances will play off in the grand final. So that's how the format of the competition will work.
Yeah, beautiful. Interesting. This at Newcastle here, this counter-offensive, it was running down here in Melbourne from memory, I reckon. He ran against Coleman and Anisa in the prelude, I reckon. The chairman's.
Yeah, I remember the horse.
They must think he's going to get through the heavy 9. Snowden's normally cautious about sending these colts. I suppose you've got to try and break the duck somehow, don't they? Wonder if any of the boys are going to have a bet at Birdie. That's in the comp, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kieran's got one.
I think, Sooty Vogan and Gordo have had a couple of multis at Bow Desert. Mistrustful's in the mix here.
That's the favourite for Kieran Marc.
Yeah, Twigman in race 2, and then malted it into a couple of races in race 6 and 8. So they got a few 4-leggers, 3-leg multis at Bow Desert, but the first leg is Mistrustful. But yeah, the
heavy 10. That'll be tough going up there.
Yeah, it's a tricky track at the best of times. Bow Desert.
I can't say I've ever watched a race at Bow Desert.
Yeah, well,
we're gonna get, what have we got? 8 of the best today.
Yeah, I've thought. Yeah, Donnie and I and Walt, we always threaten to go and do a bit of like a country track tour, but just with kids at the moment, it's been a little bit tricky to try and navigate it and try and get Mondays and Fridays or whatever to go and visit these sort of tracks. Just the way the programming falls, it just hasn't really suited us. But I'm fascinated to tick a few off the list. There's some classic decks up there. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, really well. How are you, Donnie? Yeah. How you feeling, mate? You confident? Ryan Tyrrell for Jai Williams. The RANT have had a couple of small multis through the favourite Mistrustful. And they're sort of working around Twigman as well in race 2. So I guess that's what you're up against. But you've gone Bow Desert race 1, number 10, and that's Mishy. So
ran a good race before the spell on a heavy track. Got blocked first up at Ipswich, so it's got a little issue jumping out of the barriers cleanly. But if it does and it can land kind of third defence would be perfect. Fifth defence would be okay. If it's back 7 or 8, it could be in trouble. But I think it's a good value bet and happy to be on it.
Are you still counting it from Ella's World last night? A little bit of a couple of heart palpitations at probably the 300, the 200, the 100. Wow.
Yeah, it was good feeling early, especially around the back straight when they put the accelerators on. They weren't stopping, so it was a mega run from Ella's World to get up in about the 25-metre mark. So as it looked tomorrow on paper, and I was very, very worried when there was no money for it. I just thought it would just keep firming and start $1.80 or so. So I was kind of shocked when it kept drifting and just kept having more on, which is lucky in the end.
It's never easy, is it?
It's not easy when you've already max betted and then it keeps drifting, so you've got to double your max bet, which is kind of scary. But bit of a thrill. I think my horse here's drawn the inside gate or gate 2. It's a lot of pretty big late push, so hopefully it can bounce out. It's in the yellow colours, I think. So this would be a nice little start after Poison Chalice got rolled in the first.
Yep.
Favourites on the drift hard.
Yeah, it's you're probably listening before, but so it looks like it wants every bit of 2,000 metres, and it's interesting. Might have come back, a bit more of a stayer this time around, Pruska, and maybe that's why he had it in the 1,200 metre event, try and keep the speed in its legs, because he was worried the horse was going to sprout a bit.
Oh, just Mcleod probably heard that I was on. Just decided.
It linked it nicely, just the race shape didn't suit.
Just not fast enough.
Set a task, didn't he?
All right, I'll chew this thing on.
Good luck, mate. All right, so Donny's had 125 each way on fixed, $10 the win and $2.35 the place, and it's Mishy, so it's in the yellow colours. So we'll see if he can get that home. So it just needs to get away cleanly. Racing RANT have played multis through Mistrustful, which is been a big drifter, $1.70 out to $2.50 at Top Sport.
Did they take the $1.70?
No, I think they've taken tote. I think total.
Yeah.
Tote prices.
Can't tell if it's still raining there or not.
Nico, what do you think of RD's form lately? What is this a bit of is the stitch up started?
Yeah, stitch up's well and truly started. RD's form of late.
What's that mean?
I couldn't tell you the last time he tipped me a winner. But maybe today's his day.
This horse has been pretty good away in the yellow. Is
it coffined? Yeah.
Third fence.
Yeah.
Looks to be travelling.
Favourites outside the leader.
Yeah.
He's got pony. But heavy 10, he could all of a sudden come off the bit and have no horse too. Something going to come over the top.
It's just the big worry is just one of these things falling in his bloody lap. How's the fence?
Has he caught second wind?
Yep. This thing's off and gone though.
Kira Ma roared at Bow Desert. Unbelievable.
Money back for Donny.
290 on the totes.
Multis rolling for the racing rant, but they're literally $20 multis and things like that. So they're tight little Hail Marys. Yeah, got it in the right spot. Your thing went all right. Oh, this is like $20 and $40 3 and 4 leg multis, but they need Twigman in race 2, and then they've got Badger's Nuts in race 6.
Oh, nice.
And then they've even put it into a horse at Cairns, race 2 under the limit. They're all over the shop, and but nothing of any great substance. They're all like $20 and $40 multis at this stage.
Well, they're off to a good start anyway.
Yeah, interesting stake sizes from the rant. They're sort of not really
Look at the puddles there at Rose Hill.
crikey.
I'll be lucky to get through the meeting at this rate. It keeps raining like that.
Well, they only push on when they got a big race.
Oh, no Group 1s today, so it'll be all done. It's a funny coincidence, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're suitable for Group 1s, but not for the benchmark 90s.
Mate, this could, the YouTube chat comments just could be mega stitch-ups for you sort of all day here. Every question's related to you, your haircut. Who would you rather have dinner with, Azza Racing or Mick D? It's funny, everyone's got their jockey, don't they? Everyone's got their one or two jockeys that you're just on the wrong leg with all the time.
You watch, it'll work in reverse later on. He'll beat us on something at 20 or 30 to 1. That's just the type of bloke he is.
But Nick Noonan, he tipped Maracana last week, and Mickey D steered that home
Yeah, see,
at $40.
Case in point.
My old man sent me a message on the Friday. He's like, "What's the winner that Mick D's going to ride?" Anyway, there's his one winner. Dang.
It's Group 1 day today. You'll be trying.
I just completely forgot to back it.
There's nothing worse, especially at those odds.
No, it cost you like $100 and I can get the job done. How's Morpheville looking? Jesus, they're getting into that.
Bad horses don't chase. Bad horses also stop.
I usually do a fair bit of Adelaide form, but
$22 shot to kick off the card.
haven't had enough time. Have you had a look at race 2 at Eagle Farm? We might get the speed map up. We're about 12 minutes away, so we're a little bit more organised now. And it looks like Orton and Star of Chaos are going to push forward here. Shah of Goma has to work across from a wide alley. Our Magnus will push up on the fence. Madame Odette, the trail in behind that. And then you've got Starzan Party for one midfield. Horse like Coty in behind that pack. And Warby, who is a horse that we identified as bet a couple of starts ago. He's expected to get back in his race. I think the horses that the boys will be sort of working around will be horses like Coty, looks like it's in the mix. Our Magnus, not sure how the fence is going to be for it, but but did you have any opinion or any strong thoughts about this race?
Well, I did, but we've got to go back to the same jockey as the race before, which doesn't excite me a hell of a lot. But Geotrix ran really well last start in New Zealand, and there was a bit of a tip for it that day. And they were always going to Queensland on the back of that performance. So you knew that you were going to see something pretty good, and the horse went back and circled the field and won with a bit of authority. But it's a pretty sort of even race. But for the sake of a selection, Geotrix is probably on top, but I don't know if I can go to the well with Mick again.
Look at the top sport market. Warby's favourite 440. Geotrix or Geriatrix, however you want to say it, it's been 10 into $6. So market's all over it. Sharagoma $7.50, Orton $8.50, Star Chaos $10, Madamo Debt $10, Centerbounce $11, and then Cody $15. So if betting's any indication,
the angry punters are going to the well again.
Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong?
Christ, that rain at Rose Hill is
relentless.
Hammering down. Crikey, look at how wet they are.
This bloke doesn't even have a coat on.
I know. Hey.
It's like a flanny. That could not be pleasant. Oh, and he's got the skater shoes on as well, so he's going to be drenched head to toe.
Yeah, fire any questions that you've got. Jumps, if you want to ask about tomorrow's jump card. I've had a good look at Eagle Farm. DK's previewed a couple of races from the Bet Doctor show for Caulfield. Or if you've got any questions for any of the contestants in the show as well, anything for John Mcleod or Donnie or the Racing Rant team, make sure you fire them in. We'll get Walt and we'll get the boys online shortly as significant bets sort of come through, but it's all still a little bit quiet on the Western Front here. Just looking into their accounts. Looks like Racing Rant, Marc Lambourne and Gordo have had a couple of bets. Our Magnus best of 3 totes plus SP, and then Coty. So they've only had 100 top flock on Coty and then 50 on our Magnus. So not big bets, but just chipping away. So you got a couple of shares in horses?
Yeah, so I've got 2 horses currently at the moment, both with Gavin Bedgood, a friend of the racing previews community, who, mind you, he's going really good at the moment.
Superb.
He's got a good knack with these tried horses and second-hand horses, and a lot of people think that he reinvents the wheel, but he doesn't really. A lot of these horses have probably lived in a box for 23 of 24 hours a day, and at his facility out at Cranbourne there, they get the opportunity to spend a day in their day yards out in the fresh air, and sometimes it just reinvigorates them. Like they can go for a swim of a morning and through the sand hills and through the trails and a little bit of jumping and stuff like that. And
mixes it up.
They just get, that's all he does. He just strips them back and doesn't try and reinvent the wheel. There's no secret sauce to it or anything like that. He just basically strips them right back and gives them a new lease on life. And his ability to turn a horse's form around is second to none. So we've got 2 horses with him. De Graves, who we bought probably well over a year ago, I reckon. He's had a few little issues that we've had to attend to, and he's just come back from the pre-training facility at Macedon from Darren Weir. So he had his first jump out for us last Monday, and it was quite good work, I thought. It wasn't asked to do anything over a half-mile jump out against a couple of horses who are, speedy horses over 1,000 metres, and it was an 800-metre trial. So he did all he had to do, and there's every chance that he'll go around again next Monday. So hopefully we get a fair bit of rain the next little bit, and we can see him back at the track shortly. And our most recent purchase was Squad, who was
ex-Hawks.
Ex-Hawks, yep. So we've had 2 starts with him. He ran sort of down the track a little bit at Mornington for his first start for us.
What did he go for?
We bought him for 40. So yeah, just some of the racing previews, boys. We've got our syndicate, Make Them Pay syndications, and good friends of ours, Tyson and Adrian. And yeah, so we paid 40 for him, and he managed to win his second start for us at Cranbourne about a fortnight ago. So he's already got 22 of that 40 back. So
yep.
Hopefully he might be going around next Wednesday coming, and hopefully he can have another win.
Yep.
But yeah, a little bit of fun for the moment.
Definitely a camp that you can improve.
Gets addictive though. Like once you've had one win, which was the first win as an owner,
you want to buy another one.
Yeah, you just want to have a whole stable. But yeah, no, it's a bit of fun and racing with a bunch of mates, and yeah, by no means are we big leviathans or anything like that. We've got a small hair in the tail, but just more so for the enjoyment with your mates and stuff like that. There's no bigger thrill that I've had on a race course than winning that first race. So, what about yourself?
Yeah, we've I think we might have found another like a horse for the Darwin Cup. So yeah, I can probably reveal a little bit more in sort of a week or so's time there. But we've had to retire Britannicus. He put up with a tendon injury through the Briley, so it makes his third place even better than probably what it looked. So I think we're going to pull the pin with him. He's sort of rising 10 now, and he's done enough for us. So we can't really bear the thought of knocking him around, and he's just such a trier. So I think he's earned his right to sit in a paddock and be a horse, or go show jumping, or do something, just hack around.
He's been a good horse.
Yeah, so he's been great for us, and as similar to you, like he was a cheapie for us. I think we paid 20 for him and had the best fun ever. I think we sold the horse within, I don't know, maybe three hours on an afternoon one day, and just sort of kept a small share in him. But yeah, just racing him with all the mates and stuff like that was what it was about for us. And boys went crazy when he won the Briley, and it's I guess that's what the racing's all about. Just
100%.
Yeah. So hopefully we've found a bit of a replacement for him, and a few of the boys have gone in this next horse that we've bought, and
the poor horse has got to step up in his shoes. He's got big shoes to fill.
Exactly. It's a bit like you. You get one that goes good, and you just think you can repeat the dose like all the time. So it might take 2 or 3 more goes to try and find the next sort of Britannicus, hopefully. But maybe we never will. But I guess that's the challenge. But it's obviously pretty feverish on the English digital sales. Like, just blows your head off. Some of the horses that we've sort of been looking at and trying to buy, we think they're going to go for like 40 or 50 or 60, or you offer sort of like 70,000 as part of like a syndicate to buy them, but then they turn around and the owners want 100, 110, 150. It's just insane. But I guess the prize money's there, and it's hard to get a horse sort of up and going. So you take a little bit of a shortcut, sort of sitting around waiting, compared to like yearlings, which is a bigger bet and a bigger risk. But it's definitely not an easy caper to try and pick them up, and hopefully the horse is sort of still alive and sort of going. But it's an addictive pastime. And
there's a horse going around later today. Gavin and I actually tried to buy a Legron, ex-Godolphin horse, and we were just going to poke around and have some. We were going to put all the boys into it and have a bit of fun over the staying ranks and take him jumping potentially. And unfortunately, he got blown out of the water for us a little bit. We were only trying to pay sort of 20 or so for him, and Gavin and I were communicating when the sale was on, and we got into a bit of a war, and we ended up going double that. And I said to Gav, we've got to let him go, because on his rap sheet he was a 4 out of 5 roarer. So Gav said,
really?
There's an opportunity, like there's a potential that if he has the throat up, and there's no moral to come back from that and whatever. So I'm not sure if he's had that surgery done or not, but Yeah, I think the aim with him is for a Brisbane Cup, I think I
yeah.
heard. So
Yeah.
I'll be severely pulling his tail later on. So we don't want him to run any good and do anything since he's not in our stable. But yeah, like he was a good horse on his day back when he was younger. And obviously he's had his fair share of issues like a lot of horses do. And but yeah, that's the thing.
I just don't mind this Orton horse. It's an ex-Hong Kong horse. I know he's a 4-man in Hong Kong, so I was wondering if he rated it over there or if he gives it a chance here. I thought it was some hope of leading, and I don't think the track is as wet as what they're saying, so it might be able to kick clear.
Yeah, there was a tip for it, wasn't there, last time?
Can you hear us, Sooty? Do you know the horse from Hong Kong?
Yeah, I can, Donny. How you going, mate?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Yeah, going well. What number was that one? Sorry, mate.
The 3.
Orton. It's an at Eagle Farm here. It's an ex-Hong Kong horse. I don't know if it ran in the same name or whatever.
Yeah, I did see one. What's the number?
Race 2, number 3, Orton.
Orton.
I've
got it 50, so no, I didn't like it.
I thought there was a tip for it first up at Eagle Farm, and then it flopped, and then it came out and won at Warwick.
Yeah, it went to Warwick. So as soon as they go to Warwick, I'm putting the pen through it. Yeah, the Eagle Farm run first up wasn't good enough for me. Started 12-1 there. So
yeah,
no, I tend to when they go to Hong Kong. What I do is I care more about what they've done there, and I completely ignore all their form they've done here.
Yeah, similar.
Yeah, similar to the way when they come back, it's like, no, you're a new horse to me.
Yeah.
Particularly when they flop first up, you're dead to me.
It's like a poly track to a grass track.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, anyway, saying that, I've had 75 on it. I think it might be a hope. Kind of broke the clock at Warwick, so I'm hoping it can kick clear. Warby's a good horse, but it's going to be back near last unless Shin can wear some magic. Shave Gamo is a bit of a cat. I've always bet against it. Cody's the interesting runner, I reckon. It's probably the most potential, but the stable think it's run behind. So maybe not this start, next start will be a good chance.
Yeah, it's not really a race that I could get a really good handle on, this one. It'd be probably Warby or nothing for me, and I've just chose to sort of stay out of the race. It's
There's not much pace. It's only Golan's Star of Chaos, and has it come out?
No, it's still in. $11.
Yeah.
It looks to be the only other leader. What price is it?
Yeah, $11.
If D gets his thing home, I'm going to dead set lose it.
If who?
Geratix or whatever it's called.
Geatrix.
Geratrix.
Oh, okay.
The Kiwi.
You watch this. You'll give this a 15 out of 10.
I mean, hopefully Orton bounces the front and doesn't get pressured by Golan's other horse.
Racing.
Centre bounce, slow away.
What's he going to do? Take a big hold of it. Cody's much more forward than anticipated.
And wants to charge a little bit too.
Yeah, they're going harder than expected.
Yeah.
Looks like Cody's over racing a bit with the blinkers on.
Must have taken charge a little bit. If it was a run short, you wouldn't have thought it's stable instruction to ping it forward. And
Blake's got a back to follow. Hopefully he doesn't slide up.
Well, the ex-Hong Kong horse is going to get every chance there behind the speed.
Warby jogging.
Oh, look at D. He's got 3 wide cover. No.
Got a horse, Warby.
Yeah, Chinny's got plenty on his back.
Gravel and Warby.
Your horse is going to give a kick up the inside here.
Kick, Donny. Quicksand. No.
No. Go on, kick.
Come on.
No, not D.
Ah, get out! Oh, you're kidding.
Plunge lands.
Oh, I hate this bloke so much.
Did you back it?
Fucking hell.
Did you back it? No, missed the price. So he he left it. So it's $7.
Your thing's paid $5.90 the place.
5 a place? For Orton?
Yeah, popped hard.
Fuck, that's tough.
Oh my god.
That's savage.
See what I mean? Punter's pal, this bloke.
What do you think about the track, Donny, after it's only 2 races, but thoughts? Obviously, they're getting well off the fence in the straight.
Yeah, they look to be getting off. A bit more kickback that race. They must have got a bit of rain in between races, did they? Because it looks a bit worse, that race.
Doesn't
I
it?
expect them to kind of keep getting off.
Yeah, but the inside
But even
lanes
Orton
can't
had
be-
every chance. Like, just it's not in the slow lane, Julie. It's far enough off. you'd
Yeah,
think.
it's 4 off.
Yeah, so it's not
Yeah.
paramount that you get down the middle because you've still gone good and you're 4-5 off.
How didn't that win? Get there. That's tough. Anyway.
Warby didn't look like he handled the going. Like, he sort of loomed up, but even when he was sort of like going through his gears like 4 to the 300, he was bloody wayward. He was all over the shop. I don't think he liked the wet track at all, but he popped a tyre regardless. So
Something
Would
about
have been a
those
handy
colours.
little collect.
John Mcleod says there's been no rain.
No rain.
in between. Yeah, but you're right.
Does-
Look worse.
It does look like it's cutting up though.
Mm.
It'll be interesting with like Steffi and Steffi Magneta later. Like, what do you do from the inside?
Mm.
What does Market do as well?
And what does Gordo do? He's absolutely declaring. Won't hear of it getting beat.
It'll probably get a similar run to Orton, I guess. Probably just save the ground and push up the inside and get out to the better part of the track. But anyway, I think Cody's one to follow out of that race from the outside gate. It'll improve next start. A bit.
A great game, huh? Fucking D. Got a bit tight there, Coty, by the looks of that head on too.
Starting to sledge John Walter thinking that the 5K is going to be enough to get to progress. He's kept his powder dry early.
Oh, that hurts. Quinella's paid $72. Surely someone out there listening's put our 2 selections together. It's paid more than the exacta. Look at that.
Yeah, so pretty quiet start. They've got a few pending bets here, the RANT boys. So they're not obviously down a long way here, but they do have a couple of bets open in race 3. So they've already backed Goldman and Salino and Red Wave.
Old mate Salino.
Yeah.
He's a horse who you could buy as a jumper because he dead set wants 4,000 metres. I'm interested, I don't understand why Waller doesn't get rid of most of his stayers. Some of them would make good jumpers because they just one bat. They've got little short, sharp sprints.
I think the prize money is just too good that they just plonk them around forever. And then
Just race 5 of them together in the Queensland staying races.
But if you were, if you were buying a one of these stayers, when do you drop off, or when does the stayer not become value? Like, it takes them a good 12, 18 months to school them up, get them right.
Yeah.
Break your got to break your maiden hurdle.
Yeah,
and then
true.
how old are you? Like 8, 9, 10. Like, some of them are just
Got to be patient.
too long in the tooth.
Yeah.
I think you sort of got to be looking at like 5 and 6 year olds.
No, you just got to try and buy a raise the flag out of New Zealand if you can get your hands on one. But
I think Kieran's bought them all.
But they're too expensive now. Like that's it, like buying an import. They want so much for these raise the flags, and they're the fucking slowest horses in the world. But they're just like, he's like the I'm invincible of jump size.
Yeah.
Raise the flag. But yeah, you just got to be patient. Like you've got to race them on the flat when they're 3 and 4, and have them whacking away out the back, and know that they're going to be better once they get a little bit older and they can start going jumping. But it's hard to. You've really got to love jumps racing to get involved, because your chance on like your return on investment for a lot of horses, like you've had a seat at the good end of the table, but it's not realistic that all horses get to the levels that Britannicus has gotten to and raced for that sort of prize money. Like they don't race for lots of money, and horse ownership's not cheap. So
no, and
you've got to love it to be in the horse especially into jumps racing.
Yeah, and then the even bigger problem is once you got like a horse. Britannicus was a bit of a dry tracker, so there's only limited amounts of jumps races that he was suited by, and especially when they started to close down at Oakbank, like he was suited there, and then the next thing you know, we thought he'd win a couple of years in a row in Oakbank. We went there once. He won the Harry D. Young race there, but then there's just not enough races sort of around for him, and you can only really set him for like 2 or 3 races a year. Then if they get injured, it's a as you say,
that's hard enough at the top level, let alone if you're a horse that's not racing at the top level. It's near on impossible. The training fees are no different for a horse going around in a Group 1 race or a maiden hurdle, which is the thing that a lot of people don't sort of wrap their head around.
Yeah, you sort of got it's like about 50, 60 grand a year for a horse. So they got to nearly win a jumps feature race to
they might
be profitable.
Break square.
Yeah. It's tricky.
There's one for the thrill seekers at Newcastle on the next. That Lady King I backed a few starts ago. Should love the wet track. Blinkers off should help. I mean, $1.90, $2 on the fair, $1.85 with top spot. Seems okay if you're desperate like me.
What have we got? We've got a little bit of a gap to Rose Hill. We've got about 15 minutes. We might do a welfare check and see if Walt's sticking his nose into the dungeon yet. I'm not sure what time his kick stream kicks off today, but I think he's going to moonlight across both channels. So he'll be in our channel a little bit, and then he'll also be doing his usual kick one. So he's going to have to put 2 hats on. Maybe Jane Walter can stay on our show, and then John Walter can be on his usual kick stream. But Walt, if you're out there, maybe jump on mic soon and have a bit of a chat. The couple of the people in the YouTube channel think you might have frostbite, or you're just going to sit and wait and blast the last quaddy legs, or what are you doing? What are you doing there, mate?
I've been sitting here the whole time, mate. What are you talking about?
Good to see you're angry.
It's not our fault you don't want to talk to us.
How are you?
And there's only so many odds-on favourites that Donny can back, so you've got to feel around him.
Sparks are flying.
Typical whinge and win. You've started to play in race 4. You've got it down to 3 chances. I won't talk about the bets yet, but good to see you've outlaid $1,000.
Well, you got to turn the 5 over, haven't you? That's the thing. So that's why Johnny Mcleod, even though he's only won 340, turning a little bit of money over and being a positive, big help.
Confidence levels today, now that we've moved the goalpost and you can only bet in Queensland races?
Probably about a -3.5, probably.
Well, you probably could add the 5,000.
That Eagle Farm track really helps the confidence levels, that joint.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty testing. Obviously, 4 or 5 off the fence in the home straight.
It gets nasty, doesn't it? Because whether more rain comes, they might start cutting up the inside, or they come 40 deep. It just turns it into a bit of a lane fest, but it is what it is. The later races seem like they'll run through it to me, and at least we'll have some idea. So I've actually got no idea how that track's going to play. So I race forwards the earliest I can go, and then hopefully chip away into the back end. I probably will have a shot at the 40 if I can, but like you got to still turn the money over, haven't you? Like it's hard to turn a lot of money on 40s and bets and whatever. So we've got to, your rules are the things that we've got to abide to. We don't want any drama.
No, like last time, the piggybacking.
Not very bright here. I look like the bloke off, what's that, Cocoon.
I thought you'd worked on your tan, or you are working on your tan.
I'm back now. What's happened there?
Yeah. I did.
Donnie's in the background. Absolutely got the biggest roaring owner in the history. Look at him, 15 in front on the $1.80 chance.
Emirate was a nice winner when he finally got it off the fence, Josh.
Yeah, and someone played the clip through the Pollock, but he said it was the first horse he penned and couldn't possibly win, the only horse in the race that couldn't. So hopefully that got their whole camp on tilt as well. That was a double win for everyone.
Outstanding. And bit of a shout out. What $6,500 raised for charity on your May charity challenge. Good result.
Yeah, I felt good about that when I've done 12 punishments or something. Beck's dead set gone to divorce me 73 times after having to edit videos and all the drama that's gone along with it. And then Framey lobs in our Discord last night and he said he just had a lunch and raised $360,000 for cancer. So I felt pretty ordinary about life then. But no, it's good. It's good at least. Yeah, like young fella, and the auntie sent me through an update last night with the how he's going or whatever. So it's a bit of fun for the family and everything. And Tristan, as you know, he's very good with these sort of things. I even looked, it's not a tax deduction for him. I thought it was. I felt bad when I saw it. The GoFundMe's not a tax deduction, but, he very rarely says no for when it comes to things like charity. He's a good fella.
Yeah. No, pretty outstanding. I think there's got to be an inquiry about the fake tan. I might have missed it, but the fake tan never really spun up on the wheel. I was a bit flat.
Mate, you got to keep something up your sleeve for next time, haven't you? And Beck showed me it was very aggressive. I would have looked like Kamal. I know. I was a chance on Thursday, but it spun up. She's like, "Oh, fake tan would be good for little Birdie." I'm like, "Oh my god."
Yeah, it's pretty dubious. The wheel that you were spinning there, it looked like it was a bit hot, maybe a bit like Tim Narkey, the poker player. Do you reckon the Tim Narkey stuff? What are you betting, real or bit of a fake jobby, that one?
Don't want to bust the illusion.
Leave it up to the imagination of the listener.
Great way to market a business, though.
Oh, the guys who got hold of him, smartest thing ever. The old buy your client for $30, and they got 4,500 clients out of it or something. I don't know what he's doing this time around, but that was one of the better ideas I've ever seen, because they'll pay $100, $200 for a real client, and he's basically handing them 5,000 on a platter for nothing. So they're geniuses.
He's a real knockabout character too. Like, he's got the perfect persona for it. Like, he's such a likable character.
And it's good that he's brought the numbers back because the swings, no one can stand them, and even if they are a bit dicey, no one's going to believe him long term. So I think back to sort of $15,000 a day, he'll still get his personality shine through. It's real money that means something to him, and everyone will be able to sustain it. It'll be good.
Yeah, the boys are riding this Twig Man. It's Bo Desert sort of crept up on us here, and where is it?
The stable is tipping. He's just looming up 3 wide.
Yep.
Jag for a race-to-race double.
Gordo's gone all in, hasn't he? $20 roll up or something. Good. Good time.
Having a think about it.
It's a 4,000 metre horse.
Well, it's a heavy 10.
Yeah. The mighty Twig Man.
I get dizzy watching it. So, horse named after you is the next leg for that one. Badger's Nuts, race 6 at Bow Desert. So,
geez, that's a long wait. 4 races.
The rain has not stopped at Brazil.
Framey's found a winner. He's probably had the 360,000 on that, and he's busted the $1 million mark.
Anything else that caught your eye on the Rosehill card? Obviously, you can't bet it through the stream, but for the listeners out there,
I just sent one out just because I thought Sir Luke and what is it, race 7? You got Waterford and Sabark all sort of bit dicey maybe coming up to this trip, and Sir Lucan's coming off a Schumacher special where she sat wide and took off at the school, and just got run down late by. He's a shocker last start. Should be ready to go. Back in trip gay. The ferret on. She should burrow up the inside and run really well. I think the mighty Skylab, now that he's found the winning post and had his camera and his photo taken a few times, I thought he was the danger. The wet track suits him, and I think if you look at that closely, Waterford, I think, had its chance last start. I don't think it was sort of extending through the line. So I think with this rain, so Lucan and Skylab are clearly the two best suited in race 7 now.
Yep.
Hosier is a good wet tracker as well, if he can recapture some of his best form.
Which horse?
Hosier, number 4. Excellent.
Oh yeah, and he was carved last start too. So yeah, he can improve for sure. And you got the little master on it. That's the only worry.
Yeah.
He is known for repeating carvings.
Can we talk about the elephant in the room? What's the go with the Lord Mayor's Cup being in Sydney when it's Lord Mayor's Cup in Queensland as well? PVL just got a bit of look at me action happening, or what's the...
A bit of confusion.
Oh,
I think he's probably kicking up to be the Lord Mayor. So he's called the name on that race and hoping it to be the PVL Cup come next year.
yeah. Not much that he can't do that bloke.
If you can work out the names in Sydney, it's too good. I'm like, one good thing about the old database, whatever Paul's one, he still uses all the old names, so he's some hope of actually knowing what the race
was. Yeah.
This rain is relentless in Sydney.
I can't believe how heavy, and it's just persistent.
They had the preview this morning, and they said, 1 to 5 mil. I'm like,
look at the puddles in the parade.
Very different forecast to the one I'm reading. Yeah, and it was a heavy 10 on times on the last race. It's still got it as a 6, so that's absolute garbage. They'll be lucky to race on.
To get through, yeah, that's what Nick mentioned before.
There's genuine puddles in the mounting yard. Let alone on the track.
Look at how wet.
We don't concentrate on drainage in New South Wales. We concentrate on prize money.
We won't get started on that sort of chat.
I'm surprised Peter Villan hasn't spoken about creating a track in Papua New Guinea and then branding it and getting the revenue just filtering into New South Wales.
We could get the NRL players to ride the horse.
I wouldn't put it past him to build a track in Papua New Guinea and try and...
Soon we'll be getting quarter horses and they'll be racing on the NRL field, post to post.
I've been to the Vanuatu Cup. That's a pretty big spectacle. That's literally like they mow a ring around a few trees and just go for gold. It's like 15 laps.
Where's the most exotic racetrack that you've been? Would that be it?
Probably there. I think, yeah, for sure. Like weirdest.
I've been to the races in Rio de Janeiro and Buenos Aires. That's as far and wide as I've got. What about you?
Nowhere
Nowhere like
that. Nowhere special. Some of the picnic tracks in Australia are pretty funky. Some reverse campers on the home turn where you go there and you have a look and you think, well, geez, if they get a bit frisky around here, they might end up in the crowd. But
speaking of frisky,
too exciting.
Speaking of frisky, I don't know if I told you this story, Walt, but I went to the races at Rio de Janeiro and I was really hungover, as you are when you're in Rio, and I was just cactus. Anyway, I got the English version of the form guide and I nearly backed this 50 to 1 chance. I got beat in the neck, just typical Nick story, roughy, didn't back it each way. Anyway, I was so crook, I reckon like 2 races to go, I just went home. And I was staying in this like my own sort of like private double room at this backpackers. And I got confused at when I was meant to be checking out, or there was like they'd double booked my room. And I literally turned, and all the room keys had like old school keys, so it was not fob or anything like that. And I've literally come home, and all I wanted to do was just absolutely like die on my bed because I'd had probably 3 hours sleep for the night. I've opened the key, and I've literally walked in on this Canadian guy, and his missus is just sitting there riding him. He was fucking absolutely filthy. Like, he was a big fella too. And he's like, "Get out, you little bastard." And I'm like, "Mate, it's my room. Like, what's going on?" And so, yeah, I've sort of just like, I've took off and I'm like, where's all my gear? Like, I don't know where my gear is. So then I'm downstairs having a crack at the reception going, "What have you done? Like, I thought I was staying here. You've double booked my room. And then Knackers comes down in his boxer shorts with half a boner still. And then he starts hurling abuse. So the two of us are just like at the reception abusing the shit out of these staff. And I'm just trying to like steer well clear of this bloke because I thought he was going to rip my head off. But fuck, I'll never forget that.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. So
Very different version of the story you told me originally, Scoot.
Go away. She's not a bad type too. Anyway, lucky we've put the plus 18, but as soon as you said frisky and we're talking about these exotic tracks, I thought, it just burnt into my brains the image.
Have a crack at this joint. They'll be lucky to run this race.
Good crowd.
I wish it was in New South Wales. I would have just gone all in Emirates and one and done, and that was it.
I thought that might have been the case. They're tipping it out now, they said. Get it ready for the spring.
Yeah, it looks like it's nowhere near. That's probably why Glenn didn't like it. I'm tipping he probably saw it in the flesh at Warwick Farm, and it doesn't look anything pretty to look at. He must not have watched the replay after that, though.
A horse like Son of Deck, Walt, we sort of spoke about on the Bet Doctor show, it might be just a run short here. You said it was a bit of an average type. Is that a horse that you'd think might get snapped up to Hong Kong, or is it a bit of a...
Oh, I think they'd love to sell it to Hong Kong,
but wouldn't pass
but
the
I
bet?
don't know if it would pass. Maybe not. I actually don't know that for a fact. I know it's just a very light-framed horse. Like, it's not the sort of horse you'd think would adapt to Hong Kong life too well. I think it's well placed where it is. But yeah, it's interesting to see it run. They obviously had a race that looked very nice for it in Sydney as well. And they're just having a shot at the title. And Ash Morgan's decided to stay in Sydney to not ride it, to take up his decent book at Rose Hill instead of there. So he'll be filthy if they're rained off at race 4 and Son of Deck comes ripping down the outside.
Yeah. Gee, it looks like the way the track is. You need to be bloody running 3,000 metres to win the Derby. It's going to be that tough going.
The old Adelaide Cup form, man.
Which might suit Warmonger.
You finally cottoned on to Adelaide.
And Bullet Time, I don't know. I don't think he even knows what he's doing, but he just he might just keep popping too. I don't know. I had a good look at it this morning. It's a nothing race, like brutal. And then the Kiwis, that thing that won at Ipswich looks like it wants 4,000 metres, and
it wants a dry track
the
though.
blinkers on, ran against the last start. So maybe they can buy. They're probably the ones that I thought could run races if it becomes, like you say, just a war of attrition.
It's interesting. Like the Derby's just screaming out for a jockey to take the race by the balls. Like, is it going to be? I thought there was you could make a case for a couple of roughies, like like the Kiwi. What does Jim Byrne do? Like first innings, but horse like Bullets High, can they lead with it? Like Encoder, now meets them all better at the weights, and it's just there's got to be a change up in tactics. Something's going to push forward. Like even that horse Saban of Moody and Coleman's. If you ignore the breeding, like it looks like it wants further again, and they sort of half snagged it behind that Navy King.
I didn't know what to do with those two horses.
Yeah.
At all.
Well, Navy King's sort of the only real speed in the race.
If Autumn Angel gets even luck, she's just got to be better than them, I think. Like her form has to be superior to this other stuff. Like it's proper Group 1 form. Like what price is Orchestral in this race?
But she was beaten up. That's the problem.
I know she was probably touch over the top, but
yeah,
Autumn Angel's still got nothing. Like her record's pretty impeccable. Like I think she's a horse that could easily run top 5 at a Caulfield Cup come the spring. That's the sort of opinion that Moods has got of her.
Yeah, I agree. It has to be favourite, but I sort of marked like $5 or something. And favourite. Whereas I thought Tannhauser's not much good. I've never seen the old gelding 2 weeks and run trick and then run it in a derby. It would be one of the better training efforts in history to gild a horse
J-Mac
3/4 of a way through a derby prep and still get it to win.
Yep.
It's a bit. It's a weird. Well, they're both drawn inside. Steffi Magnetica. What do you do with it? I don't know what to do with it either. It's tricky now.
Yeah, it's a challenge. All right, well, we've I don't know if you would have done a little bit of race 3, and it's got a lot of form that you know, so you can help talk us through it. But we might get the speed map up, Walt, and then you can sort of give us your thoughts.
Eagle Farm?
Yeah, at Eagle Farm.
I had honestly not done that race. I thought you
good.
were saying race 4 at Rosehill was about to go, but no.
No. Okay, we'll just talk about the race anyway. Goldman, Knights Order, look at the speed. Double Cherry in behind them with Red Wave, Regal Line, King of Frankel. Starting to peak, I would have thought. And then you've got Allegron, which is, I think, might be third up now for Bjorn Bakeyard. And the hot pot favourite will be positioning in behind him. Here's a shocker. And then one of my old sparring partners is going to settle way out the back as in Captain Envious. Ostermeyer's a horse that we've also backed and tipped in the past for the little birdie syndicate. But did you have any handle on this race or anything jump off the page? I haven't had a bet in the race personally. I thought He's a Shocker's going enormous, and I thought he was just out there for a pipe opener in the Doomben Cup.
Yeah, but he's a horse that it's probably hard to take on trust. He's not a horse that you want to take 250 about. He's not the most genuine horse in the world. It's a race that I didn't have a hell of a lot of confidence in. It wasn't a race that I really wanted to have a bet in, but as we alluded to before, we're not cheering for our leg run by any means.
Big mighty France Joseph, you bobbing. You get tired.
Captain Furai was the horse.
Furai's the one that I think surprised he didn't start very short.
He beat Franz Joseph last start. Look at
They can't race on, can
Look
they?
at that track.
Have it there.
Look at this.
My God.
Franz is fighting back.
Go, Franz.
Dick.
Wow.
I couldn't have bet it's a good horse.
That's some win.
It
was dead.
It's a great example. Go back and watch it. The old horses that hate being stuck inside, like
I steamed it
cross
last
gate
start.
one last start. It's a complete forgive.
Steamed it last start and stay out on the heavy track. What's it paid? No, $350.
It's an easy trifecta. Holy cow.
Can definitely follow those top two though. They look pretty smart.
Yeah, they're both spring horses, 100%.
No action from John Mcleod. I guess he'd have his eyes on them in the yard. Just looking at Donny's account, and I think he's siding with He's a Shocker here. He's at 800 bobs, but best of the best. So best fluck or best tote. Great to see that Racing Queensland have made that product possible, and $3 into $2.50. So the market's definitely coming with pretty strong support for He's a Shocker. Goldman $6 at Top Sport. Regal Line $10. Captain Envious $13 out from 8. Knights Order $17. King Frankel $19. Allegron $19. And that's the major chances there. Recapping Racing Rant, they've had 150 on Goldman, $50 on Salino, and they've had $30 on Red Wave. So they're betting around. He's a shocker, but obviously Donny is keen to be with it. And as Walt alluded to before, he's keeping his powder dry and not really fussed by race 3 here at Eagle Farm, which surprises me because a lot of Sydney form that intertwines here, but hasn't found a good
$2.40. He's a shocker. That excites anyone.
No, I thought you'd be betting around it.
I'm half
And
thinking
I've
about
actually
backing
Luke who
Goldman.
beat last start, right?
What's that, sorry?
I think he's the one to beat. There's not much between these horses. Goldman I could back, but I was hoping Reggie missed his plane.
I think I might back Goldman. I'm definitely not taking 240. He's a shocker. That's there's your moral.
He did half carve. He's a shocker last start, but that was his race.
Yeah, but that's just him, isn't it? Always just
Yeah.
finds an excuse, not find a way.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a small bet on Goldman, I think.
Yeah, what time are you going to put the kick stream on, Walt? Are you going to do it, or you pull the pin?
Hey? No, I'll do it. Well, I just want to go head there with you. But, I've got to give this money away.
He's a shock as well. Back to you, Scooty. Good to see.
Little trumpet. Got the price. Got Bob.
Bob, I think what's that? $3 is top fluck possibly.
At this stage, yeah. Or if the totes pop.
It's probably they love him on the backup, don't they? So last two have been really good from it. If you can, if it just holds its form, its last couple, it should be the one to beat for sure.
I thought it was a complete buy last start. It looked like odd placement. And it just looked like a pipe opener to me. So
yeah, it looked like it was up the slow lanes too at Doomben. So I think it's better suited at Eagle Farm, and hopefully Jamie Carr can have it a bit closer to the action, maybe midfield, get to the outside. That's the plan. And be nice if it won. But June 45 was the roughie, but I haven't had anything on.
I'm not sure it's up to those.
$2.25 for He's a Shocker is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous price for a horse with a winning strike rate that he's got.
I think people. There's just nothing else in the race that appears. Like
Sickos.
I thought that maybe the horses set to peak might be King Frankel or Allegron sort of out of the market. We've got the perfect setup. Just loading now.
Don't think about the leg run.
Hey?
Don't think about a leg run, please. All right. Hopefully Reggie can give this a peach.
No real late action from any of the players in the tournament here.
Regal Lion's been well supported late.
God, how trying to figure out Annabelle. There's talk of wrong Waller's one thing, but bloody wrong Annabelle. I think it's as bad, if not worse.
You might be right.
Nick Steele says they used to race regular in the old days at Bomona in Papua New Guinea. Even had a racetrack in Rabaul a long, long time ago. Crikey.
There you go.
They'd nearly eat the horses over there. Huh? They eat lots of different things in Papua New Guinea. Well, they used to.
What was
NRL players.
What was the most rogue thing, you reckon?
What's that?
What's the most rogue thing you reckon they eat over there?
Humans?
Outside of humans.
Oh, I'm not sure. That's a pretty low ebb if they're doing that. But I really can't get my head around them having a side, to be honest. Bit of support for Warrior the Warrior in the Queensland Derby. Gold Bullion, tactics to lead.
Whoever's at 8,500 on He's a Shocker's got too much money.
Probably Donny's bets. Donny's probably just chipping in from Ella's World yesterday. Racing. I need to find. I don't know. I've got no idea where that mode is in here.
Yeah, get it across and not cop too much pressure. What did Annabelle's horse want to be at this? Don't sit out there, Reg. Make a decision, son. Now we might take a sit.
Ostermeyer's gone back to the rear, so Double Cherry's in front,
stay
working
away,
forward as Knight's Order. Third is Goulburn, fourth is Red Wave, and fifth out 3-wide King Frankel. Hayes a Shocker, sixth and seventh, the inside is Bonnie Ezra. A length and a half to Regal Line, followed by June 45 out 3-wide. Tapper's Lad on the inside of London Banker. 3 lengths to Captain Envious. A length and a half further back in the run to Allegron, and they're clear from Tapple Doodle Doo. 3 lengths Salino. A length and a half
Just
to
as Gay would have
Ostermeyer.
scripted
So
it, I
Knight's
reckon.
Order's in
1-2.
front by a length and a quarter. Second now Goulburn, 2
no.
lengths away. Third is Double Cherry. A length and a half to King Frankel. Red Wave on the inside of
He's
He's
a
a
Shocker.
Shocker. A length
Jamie's
and a
got
half
him
to
nice
Bonnie
and close.
Ezra, followed there by Regal Line. 2 lengths away to
He's a
next
Shocker
the
backers shouldn't
inside
have
is
too many
Tapper's Lad.
excuses to look
The
for.
outside there London Banker. A length and a half June 45
That'll
on
be
the
possible
outside
from
of
there.
Captain in back.
Where's Allegron? He's out the
Tapple,
back.
Lena, and Austin
Stay out there, please.
About 19.
Captain Envy is back there with him.
Third, the inside double cherry, followed there by King Frankel. A length and a half to Red Wave on the inside of Has the Shocker. Further back to Bonnie Ezra, Regal Line, 2 lengths away to London Banker. Creeping forward as Allegron, 4 wide, passing June 45. Captain Envious on the outside of Tapier's Lab.
Reg.
A long way back.
Is that Allegron making a move?
A length and a half, Selena. Last of all, lost to mine.
He's a Shocker's got horse.
Grabbing the lead. Back to
Reg.
second, Knight's
No,
Order. Up
he's
into
a
third,
Shocker's not
Has
gonna
the
beat you,
Shocker.
come on.
King Frankel's under pressure. Going forward still as
No, Reggie,
Allegron.
make something
And
of
back there
yourself,
at
son.
the inside is Bonnie Ezra. At the
Come on.
350-metre marker, Goldman's in front.
Don't-
Hayes' Shocker
no,
runs
look
home
at
really
this.
well.
No, Allegron's going to win.
I've backed it so it'll run second.
Oh, no.
I've had $50 on it. Tiny pimple. Cashew.
No,
Go, Donny. Go, the Donny.
don't.
Go
win,
on,
Allegron.
Donny. Happy to lose to Donny.
I'm happy to win for my... I was happy that that won for my mental health.
On you, Donny.
Hello, mate.
Well done, Donny. Nice. Got the prize too. That's the good thing about Bob. Don't have to fish the market. Just put Bobby on, and off he goes. Nice win.
Nice ride from Jamie, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Probably lucky he was on the back up with that fitness, because I don't think it would have got up there off a to 24 with that hot speed if it wasn't on the back up. So good ride. Race worked out perfectly.
Except for
Jamie
me.
got it travelling. Nice watch.
Good stuff, mate. Walt's too scared to have a bet.
Yeah, what's going on?
Hard to defend the crown if you're not betting. Hard to make money not betting.
Not against this crew.
No, 4 hours to go. Still a very long time. Caulfield's about to jump. And this was one of DK's bets from the Bet Doctor show. Looks a 2-horse race. Episodic comes over from Adelaide. Let's look like Winks, and it's beaten not much. I would have thought it's 250 out of 360, and then Arquana is 5 into 440. That's DK's tip. Princess Raya has some convictions, and then you got Subliminal. $5 for the informed Jayla Kennedy. Yeah, did you have a look at Caulfield Race 3 at all?
Yeah, I thought I thought Episodic had its probably work cut out for it. Like, I know it's been winning well and whatnot, but it's still got to carry 60 kilos. So yeah, this time of year, you see it more and more. The horses that are better off at the weights are favoured, especially the horses that can claim with the apprentices and get down close to the minimum or underneath. Not that Arcana is claiming here with John McNeil, but it's still got 3.5 kilos, and this time of year that 3.5 kilos can be the difference between winning and losing.
It's interesting, like that last race. I thought last time it raced at Morpheville was the time to back it. And you sort of have to take a same price in a much hotter field. Bits could get a bit sticky from barrier 1 2. Like could be absolute coffin job.
Yeah.
Need D Lane 12 out of 10, which is possible, and then a horse like Arquana, she can just be sort of up and motoring and off and gone.
Yeah.
If Episodic finds sort of any sort of trouble, from a price point, not overly keen to play Episodic. Just based on the extra depth of this field, I think DK's found a really good bet, and I can't remember if it was like $7 or $6 or $6.50 or something like that. It was a great each way bet when he tipped it on the show on Thursday, but the
Good support today, 5s to 4s.
yeah, just flicked off 390 now, so we'll see how the big grey goes.
They've backed Subliminal as well. It's been 8s to 550. Look at this muddily run race. D-Lane is going to be...
You'll need Chopper.
Going to need a very loud whistle. Garner's going to get the nice cosy run if it stays there, 3 wide cover. That's the thing. D-Lane's going to have horses falling back in his lap, you'd think. Or is he going to ride for luck and hope the heavens open?
He's got to get up this Arquana. It takes a while to rev. Now it's found his back.
Still travelling. Arcana going to level out. Hasn't got past Arcana yet. They're not going to catch the apprentice.
Oh. No good.
She's a rider of the future, Jayla Kennedy. She's such a good apprentice. She rides real well.
Luxury in it, the current claim.
Especially this time of year.
Well, yeah, all the good riders are gone. No one's there.
And she just backs herself in to make good decisions. Like, go back and look at her ride on Matriarch Rose last week. She was happy to sit 3 wide because she knew she was on the best horse. She didn't get bullied into going forward or snicking back. She just sat there and just trusted her horse. And there's not too many apprentices that
Have the balls to do that.
have the fortitude to do that. Starting to get well off the fence there too.
Little bank update. So Donnie is the chip leader, 6,169 after his $800 bet on He's a Shocker. So he got the price there. So $803. Big push. J-Car Peach. Johnny Mcleod chipping away nicely, 5,520. Walt's got $1,000 in pending bets. We'll get him back on later, closer to race 4 Eagle Farm. So he's finally going to open the wallet there. And as we sort of mentioned earlier, Racing Rand have just got these little filthy, I'll call them filthy, Bow Desert multis that are sort of just up and rolling after they jagged the first couple of winners with Twigman and the winner of the first race as well, Mistrustful. But they're a bit quiet until race 6, number 1, which is Badger's Nuts. So trying to find the little morals at Bow Desert, but Gordo's obviously very bullish. Steffi Magnetica and Broadsiding, so 2 opposite ends of the spectrum. You've got Steffi sort of midfield, drawing the fence. It's going to be one of those sort of like, I wish I win scenarios from the Denman 10,000. Like, she looks like she's got the class edge. She's going to be in that spot where she has to try and make up all the ground. Can she get to further enough away from that fence? How much petrol does she use sort of getting through it? And then you've got Broadsiding, who's going to have to, well, it's going to be like a poison chalice sort of job. It'll be perhaps dragged out of the race, well back, and can he motor over the top fresh? He obviously looked good in that trial. Absolutely steamed Broadsiding, but yeah, he's going to be facing a task. So the class edge that he perhaps has, he'll need all of that to overcome them. But Gord's not really hearing any of either getting beaten. So that's typical Gord.
Yeah,
Full of confidence.
Scared money never wins, huh? Got to be confident.
No open bets at the moment for John Mcleod or Anthony Don at this stage. Just Walt at the moment. No word on Rose Hill. Fire away any questions. We've got a little bit of a break to the next at Eagle Farm. How many horses has Benji got in work at the moment?
I'd say he'd probably have 40 odd, I reckon.
Good numbers.
Yep. Yeah. He still likes to ride a lot of work himself, and he's still pretty hands on. So
yeah.
And especially that comes down to like what his stable consists of is. I know he's got tried horses, but you've still got to try and keep the quality on the better side. You don't want to have just lots and lots of horses. You want it's a niche sort of market. You need to be getting a return on your investment, so the horses are going to pay their way. So the more that you have, the less hands-on you can be, sort of thing. So
yeah,
yeah.
Someone in Walt's chat room, Scooter, I can tell you many stories, Camo, about races in Papua New Guinea, especially Ley and Bomona in Port Moresby. Crikey, there'd be some rorts over in Papua New Guinea.
Oh, there'd be some serious dodgy action happening.
Good God. All right, we might, just while we've got a little bit of time up our sleeve, I might get some lunch ordered. I might have a quick bathroom break, and we might just take a 5 minute or 7 minute, won't take 7 minute break, and that'll give us 13 minutes to Eagle Farm. So it's already 10 past 1, so time's sort of getting away from us here from a lunch perspective. So yeah, I'll get the lunch orders in for the boys. We'll have a quick bathroom break, and we'll be back to preview race 4 at Eagle Farm. And it's still just early days in the stream thus far, and I think it's going to hot up as the day sort of wears on. But tough and testing conditions up at Eagle Farm, but enjoying the start nonetheless. We'll see you in a minute.
Give him a mic test. M for moral. M for moral.
Welcome back to the Queensland Derby Day, wherever you come from stream. And the favourite saluted here. We're getting a Porto, which has been a pretty steady contributor for us. But Gordo has fallen out of bed here, and he's going to take over from Sooty. But how are you, Gord? After seeing the first couple of races at Eagle Farm, confidence levels?
Low confidence levels. I'm a lot more comfortable with the positions we've got going in Bow Desert and Cairns, which are looking pretty juicy at the moment. You forgot a few of those bets there, mate, but there was about 1,000 of them, Scoot. So,
oh my God. Trying to get through them all, it was like they're all like $20, $40 multis. I was getting dizzy looking at them.
Yeah. There's a stack of $50 doubles
ridiculous.
as well, and they were all running into the first two winners at Bow Desert there, and we've got one at Cairns that we like, and a couple more at Bow Desert there. So, I was happy to play out wide. I was saying that for lunch, my wife is just making me ham, cheese, tomato, and lettuce sandwiches with a little bit of salad cream and some mustard. So there you go.
Airborne.
Moving into I'm starting to, obviously I'm betting at Rose Hill, and it was very nice to see Franz Joseph lob there being on the inside, which was nice. But anyway, that's not what this show's about. I am even keener now because of the track pattern at Eagle Farm to have a good go at broadsiding.
Yep.
And it's actually an interesting thing, guys. Like, I'm keener on Steffi McNetta because I think it can handle being on the worst part of the track out of barrier 2. And I don't think it's as bad on the inside as people are thinking. And I'm expecting by that race the jockeys to all get off, Tommy Berry to hunt up on the inside and still be able to get 5 or 6 off the fence, which still should be good enough for a horse that is clearly the best horse in the race. So the two that I liked in the preview we did, Scoot, are still two that I like.
Mm-hmm.
I'm even more grayed up about the big race. I really don't have an opinion there. I'm definitely leaning towards Townhauser over Autumn Angel in race 8, but we're going to be playing a few roughies, which we'll announce later on in the day. And in race 9, look, every cat and his dog is ringing me about this Curvalante. Tell me it's a moral, mate. Have you been getting the same phone calls?
Yeah, like I think we sort of spoke about it earlier. I'm not sure if I think we were off air talking about it when we were just having a look at the speed maps and stuff like that. But obviously a horse that's got plenty of talent, and if it's there and if it's ready, it's 100%. Looks like it's in the race up to its eyeballs. I think it's got a stack of ability. Both love the horse. Comrade Rosa maps in a real tricky position, but she looks like she's set up to win. And
I've had to adjust her price out now because of the barrier 3.
Yeah,
you see what I mean? These little subtle adjustments you do during the program. I don't like betting on inside info or anything like that, but it means something. And,
probably first up, it's handy to know if I guess they're screwed down. So I guess I can sort of. That's probably the only time that I'd lean on it more heavily if it is first up. So
she's a horse.
It's a good sign.
She is a horse that holds a Stradbroke nomination. So if they've got aspirations to go to a race like that, you'd expect her to be winning the last today.
Yeah, bloody oath, mate. And really interesting, my overseas guy or my European guy tells me that he reckons this number 3 Adelaide River has a stack of ability, and if it's anywhere near ready, it should be winning. Saying that, from little stuff that we've been looking at, I'm suggesting it won't be 100% prime for this race. Number 3 Adelaide River.
Yep. Really
scary horse. So we're just going to go with the fitness, running really well, this preparation, shock him over. And Sooty is actually pretty keen on this one. He's very keen to have something on it. I had to calm him down a little bit and just invest a little bit less because I was scared of Adelaide River.
Yep.
And he reckons a roughie with a good chance is number 7 Knight's Choice. So we've had a little play on those two horses, but because of the question marks about 3, we just didn't want to get heavily involved.
Yeah, fair enough.
I could understand because all the talk was that Adelaide River was going to go straight to the Q22 before his aspirations in the spring of the Caulfield Cup, Melbourne Cup, and then it's like, to me, for him to come here, he's obviously not quite at the mark that they would want him to be winning the Q22 in a few weeks' time. So I think this might be a bit of a barrier trial.
Isn't it just so interesting, but because you're thinking, like, how fit does it have to be to win the race as well?
True.
Is 80% enough for this kind of horse? So it's a dilemma, but a dilemma that in where you're happy to sort of bet around it, I suppose.
You do look at the ownership group and see that there's some heavy hitters involved. So
yes,
you think this one might go pretty good because they've got the old band back together. But I was pretty keen to have a 2-bet play in the race. I think Shock 'em Over and Just Folk, they've got that fitness, and I like Nash going back on Just Folk. I alluded to on my podcast on Thursday night. I'm a massive fan of Marc Zara, and I love him as a jockey, but I don't think he gave Just Folk as good a ride as probably what he could have last start. Took away his sort of ace by riding him in behind him rather than taking up the running when there was a lack of speed in the race. So I think Nash going back on where he won on him at Kembla, 1,800 metres is probably his perfect distance, I would say, and he's rock hard fit, and the jar out of the track is perfect for him. So
you're talking to a Nash lover here, you know, like seriously. I mean, I know he's not been firing as much as he was a few months ago, but the guy's just a god, man. And the fact that he always goes map positive on his horses is just my kind of jockey, you know.
Nash get cash.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even Nigel named his son after Nash, so that's how much money Nigel's made out of him. So. Interesting race. If you hold on for a sec, I'm actually going to get yard information in a sec for that.
We might
for that Brisbane race. It's just come through now.
Cool. We'll have a quick look at the speed map, and then you can read that and get that to us. So Magnaspin looks like it's going to take things up here. Just Folk in the mix also, and then you've got Zoom on Desert Icon. Lions Roar will probably hold the fence there, and then you got the big chasing pack with Launcy's Eaglemont. Knight's Choice is there, and then Adelaide River, the scary import. We'll need to try and find a bit of cover there, and then you've got Shock 'em Over out the back. So wow, it's an intriguing race. There's always been a big boom about Shock 'em Over, so we'll get to see how good he is today, because the way the track is and the amount of petrol that he's going to have to burn will be significant. But he's sort of another horse that wouldn't surprise you to, aim up at a Caulfield Cup in the future. Gord, what are the yards?
Yeah, we have the yard, and that's just a complete grey up for me now with the yard coming through. Now, if I was personally going to bet into this race rather than being in a competition, I just wouldn't bet, because the mails come through. Number 3, Adelaide River, outstanding order, fitness not an issue. So that's a little bit scary. So, look, personally, I wouldn't bet in the race. I'd just watch. But we're not here to. We're here to bet, aren't we? And we love to bet.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
That's what we're going to do. Anyway, I better go, guys. See ya.
Outstanding stuff. So Sooty Vogan, which is the alter ego of Gord for today's playing, is pretty keen on Shock 'em Over. So he's had 300 on Shock 'em Over. He's had 75 on Knight's Choice. John Mcleod has got no action. I'm sure that Walt is somewhere in the background here. He's spent a few bob on this race too. So he's had 800 best of the best on Shock 'em Over. He's had 100 on Lions Roar. He's had 100 on Adelaide. No, he's had 300 in total on Adelaide River. Are you with us, Walt?
No.
Oh, good. There's Jane.
Yeah, I just saw it parade as well and just shit myself. But it's an almighty drift on Shock 'em Over. I just thought Just Folk only just runs the trip if it does. Thought it was vulnerable. Luncey's is always vulnerable. It's Luncey's Knight's Choice second up, not knocking it $18, but vulnerable. Territory Express, I think he's killed it. It'll probably be last and have to round him up. So I thought Shock 'em Over was a good bet by default if Adelaide River wasn't here to win. And looking at it, they say just might win by default. And so I was happy to bet up Shock 'em Over, save on, get half my money back if Adelaide River won and something. A result if Lions Roar wins, but I've had to have top up on Adelaide River after looking at a parade.
Yeah, and then Donnie's just had a annoying little $300 bet on Adelaide River too. So He might be getting some yard information there as well. But one of yours, well, Cigar Flick at Rose Hill, bobs up at 20 to 1. Anything?
Yeah, it was findable. If you go back and watch its last start, Reggie just did nothing on it until let it run home last 200. I think it absolutely jumped out of the ground, so it was findable, but it was always going to be back. And yeah, silly. It was a big price. But it's hard to bet there today now.
Yeah. You've obviously got a bit of fan mail in here. Max Mini, Nico qualified for this role as co-host. Nico is actually going to back a winner today, so a bit of banter from your podcast. Someone else is saying that Curvalante's got the Jolly Star form. We saw how good Jolly Star was, so yes, been off the scene for a while, but interesting hearing that mail from Gordo saying that it's ready to rumble, and interesting in here to see that this horse strips pretty fit.
Fuck, he's a good looking horse in the Adelaide River.
Fascinating, right? Can't wait to see this one. I think I had something. I might have had Donny's horse into shock him over. I had Donny's horse last night into shock him over, taking the worst price on the planet, which gives it an extra few lengths. About 30 seconds to jump here.
I'm no yard watcher, but geez, it looks nice, doesn't it? Adelaide River.
Yeah.
It's a
Beautiful.
good looking horse.
Where do they reckon? Does it go forward or back?
No, I think it's going to be
Back.
especially from the gate. 1800s is going to be, well, I think it's going to be too short. It's going to be the horse that's going to have the flashing light on it, and everyone's going to want to pile into it in the Q22. What price is it for the Q22? That's probably something worth looking at.
Looks like sweating up a little bit behind the gates.
What's it like up there today, Donny?
Group 1 dildo can get it home.
Is it raining the Goldie?
Nah. Kind of lurking. I just had a look at the radar. There's a fair bit coming, but it looks like Brisbane's gonna miss it. There's a big storm out past Ipswich, and there's a storm out to sea. Hopefully it goes around Ipswich. Well, hopefully it hits it just for the entertainment value.
Looks like most of the rain, if it hits, it'll be 4 or 5 o'clock. Even later. Looks like it's going to hit later. It looks like it's going to hit maybe 6 or 7 o'clock, the rain. So maybe this is where the bigger one gets. Yeah.
We don't really want any more rain.
Still no action from Team Mcleod here. They're betting in race 6, but keeping powder dry there in race 4, and no further action from the RANT. Just doing around the grounds last minute checking. No sneaky bets. So yeah, Adelaide River, shock 'em over, lines raw. Knight's Choice, very small for racing RANT. Fascinating contest.
Draw, Desert Icon both began okay. Just Focus going forward quickly. Luncey's handy. Zoom on, stoked up and coming over as Magnus Spin. A length and a half Desert Icon on the inside of Convergent. Further back to a shock 'em over.
This is scary for
clear
Just
from
Focus.
Adelaide River. Eaglemont's on the
Carving
fence.
up.
Territory
Yeah, well,
Express
just
is drifting
typical.
a long way
Shock
back
'em
on the
over, wasn't
inside
really
of Jimmy
comfortable
Hendricks
getting
in
snagged. He
Cleveland.
sort of throwing
Our
his head
three
around a
riders
bit.
last of all. So Just Folk in front, second Zoom on. 2 lengths away, third's Magnus Spin.
This is a genuine tempo. They're going to get the chance to back up this.
Back in the field, the Lions roar on the inside of Luncey's.
Adelaide River's got
And then we've got
the drop on, shock 'em over.
a length and 3/4.
This is exactly, at least Just Folk's going to be given every possible this time. This is what he should have done last time. Like, he's a horse that doesn't have a change-up speed. He just holds his speed. Like, he doesn't have a turn, like, he doesn't have a turn at foot.
Rolling horse.
Yeah. Don't be a pest, zoom on.
Draw Luncy's and further back to Desert Icon, who's parked away on the inside of Converge. A length and a half Shocker
looks
Mova going
gassed
forward
already,
ahead of
isn't he?
Eagle Mont,
Yeah,
and they're
good,
clear from
fuck off.
Adelaide River. Next the inside there is Territory Express back third last. Cleveland now second
These
last.
two are going to make their run together. Shocker Mova and Adelaide River.
So Just Folk in front by about a length
Nash
and a
is still
quarter.
sitting pretty.
Choice up to second. Zoom on third. Magnus Spin fourth on the inside.
Wheel spinning a bit back there.
I hope you've got horse here. Gone naughty.
Territory
Got a
Express.
vice like on it.
Look at Territory Express.
Territories.
Come on, Nash.
Territory Express.
Come on, Nash.
How's Converge?
Come on, Nash. Go on. Go on. Keep kicking. Keep kicking.
Keep steering into the
Keep
worst
kicking.
part of the track. He's doing
Keep
all to get into
kicking.
that fence.
Go, Nash. There we go.
Well done, mate.
That's one for the listeners. There's your winner. $5.
How's filthy old Converge?
Lions Roar followed further back on the run by Eagle Mont, Jimmy Hendrick, Zoom on, Cleveland, and last in was Desert Icon.
What a ride.
He just keeps going, Just Folk. Number 2,
What a purchase.
Nashua on board.
So good mates of mine are in Just Folk. They paid $200 for him. And I think after the win at Hawkesbury, they were already up to 440 or so. Then what's he ran? He's ran second in a Group 2 last start, and then he's won that today. So he's got to have close to 900, 200 probably jumping in.
Yeah, great
for those
result.
last two starts.
Great result for everyone. He, Nico Noonan will be spewing. They were
They
really,
were underbidder on him, I reckon.
yeah, they were pretty keen to buy him. So they were a bit sick, but yeah, he's been a good purchase and he's doing a good job with him. Gav Bedge, good. Wow. Gee, they got some cash there, Williams crew. Gee, they can find a camel though, can't they?
Pretty horses don't win your races.
Yeah, there's a couple of.
But you can see as soon as the acid test went on, he was going to be under pressure, and that always had to be a query.
Yeah.
Nash gave that a perfect ride. Like he went solid enough clip that it still suits his horse. There's Gav. Into him, son.
Good to see underdogs winning. Poor old Gord. Gord will be a bit great up with his man Nash. Winning that one.
What about old Converge? Just
Yeah, so trying to make sense of the racing rants, gazillion multis. Badger's Nuts is a leg that they've got running in race 6 at Bow Desert. Hidden Melody is another horse that they've got in race 8 at Bow Desert. There's literally 3 pages of $20 and $40 multis, 2-leg multis. Badger's Nuts is a key leg for them with Hidden Melody. Trying to find the Cairns bet that that Gord referenced before, and struggling to. Looks like it's race 5, number 2, Under the Limit in Cairns. So Badger's Nuts, Under the Limit. The horses of big interest, and then Hidden Melody.
Rosehill is off.
Is it? Yeah.
Jury's just bolted in Caulfield.
Must have got whatever they wanted out of the way. Waller must have got Cigar Flick home, and then he's told him to cancel.
Talk about an underrated hoop. D Stackhouse, he's absolutely flying.
God, they've New South Wales have lost so many meetings. Like Northern Rivers have lost. God, I would have thought 30. Just endless, right? In New South Wales.
That smacked them.
They got to stop cloud seeding. We copped a bit of turbulence across New South Wales yesterday. After that flight overseas, when that person like snapped their neck, she's like, I had the seatbelt on nice and tight there. Yesty. A couple of, we're surrounded by old breeders and everyone from the Gold Coast mares sale.
Yeah.
There was heaps of horsey people on the plane. Yeah.
Crazy some of these prices with these mares, like
just unbelievable.
if I was having this conversation with a couple of mates not long ago, like if you're to buy a yearling now, you wouldn't even worry about buying a colt. Like the chances of finding the colt that's going to end up being the stallion of mine minuscule. You may as well just get a filly, race her on. If you can get a city win, if you manage to get some sort of black type with her,
you're off.
They're just worth so much money. Like it's nuts.
Yeah, shit. She's a I think we might just go to a quick 5-minute break because the food's here and the Uberman's trying to find us. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. We've got Donnie is the leader here, but Racing Around have got some multis live, and the boys have started to pepper in the next couple of races. So they're going to get pretty hot here soon, but we might just take a quick 5 or 10 minute break for lunch. We'll see you soon, guys. Welcome back to a Queensland Derby Day stream. Good news for Racing Queensland. They've put the line through the rest of the Rosehill card, so we're going to get more yard and more coverage on the Eagle Farm program, which is beautiful business for us. So make sure you're tuning into Top Sport and getting on your best of the best bets there. Some wild fluctuations at the moment, and obviously the fence is off. Better than a Dynamite Leaders track, but it's going to be fascinating for the next 3 hours. We've got the size produce stakes coming up next. Let's get the speed map up here, and it looks like it's a capacity field here, and it'll be interesting to see if there's a couple of different changes in tactics here. How they ride Altoff and Elmore Zillow will be interesting there. Up at the front half of the race, Megastar Heart is mapped to lead with Cosmic Fire. The interesting horse here is definitely Broadsiding, coming back from the Group 1 Champagne Stakes. Gets a similar scenario, rain-affected track, but he's going to have to sort of make all, and there hasn't been too many horses that have been able to make up significant ground today. Obviously, Poison Chalice was a massive run in the first, but a couple of bubbles burst in the last race there with Shock 'em Over disappointing. Adelaide River also, and really good front running ride from Nasrullah. So I'd be interested to see if jockeys start to switch up tactics, or a couple of these back markers try and settle a little bit closer and sort of marked urgent from the gates. Angel Capital's an interesting runner. It's mapped a little bit more forward than Broadsiding. The big query I had on that runner was getting his toe into the wet deck. He's still so raw, makes plenty of mistakes in his races, but yeah, he's a horse that I thought might be better on top of the ground. I think he's going to be a pretty nice horse once he's a full package, but yeah, his last start performance, he had bloody no idea what he was doing. He was green as grass. But Broadsiding, Gord sort of declared it on the Bet Doctor show, and you're sort of heavily with him, or you're sort of in the Brutal Bowler, Elmore Zillow, Angel Capital camps to try and get him beat.
Yeah, this is what we alluded to off the top, that that he's going to be one of these flashy horses that you're either going to look back on and think the price is a luxury, or you want to heavily bet around it. But I think I'm not too worried about the gate. Of course, he's going to need a little bit of luck, and you just hope that it's not a barrier trial for the Atkins. But this horse has got a fair bit of ability. He's a Group 1 winner, so that's without saying. But I just think he's proper A grade. Like, look at him prance around there in the mountain yard. He's just a ball of muscle. Like, speed on speed. If looks are anything to go by, he'll win by the furlong. But this wasn't an afterthought from the stable. I thought that it might have been, but it was all the set plan to go to the sires under the JJ, because they really want to spruce up Too Darn Hot as a stallion, obviously one of their own at Darley. So I don't. As long as Jamie gives him a good ride, I think he should be far too good for these.
Yeah, it's map and circumstances look to be his biggest hurdles here. So he's such an easy horse to find, and he's already got that tick in that wet track box. So interesting. We sort of spoke about it earlier, and Donnie sort of had a good look at the radar and thinks that the rain's going to miss, and the forecast is sort of pushed further back, and it looks like the Brisbane rain might hit at 6 and 7 o'clock tonight. So we'll be long gone by then. You'll be down at her bar doing your best with the missus, and I'll be probably tucked up in bed. But Gord at the moment in the Racing Rant team, they've had 600 broadsiding, best of the best. It wouldn't surprise me if they press again from the yard and from the parade. Obviously, the Rant boys have got men all across the country, and knowing Gord, he's very aggressive and very opinionated. So if he's marked at Moral and gets a last tick of approval from the parade, I can easily see him having 1,000 or 2,000 on and sort of anchoring his day around this horse. And it'd be pretty grey if it comes out and wins, and he hasn't done that based off of what he said on the Bet Doctor podcast on Thursday. And he already alluded to the fact that he thinks the track is playing fair enough, or the right way for the barrier to sort of be offset here. So having a look at John Mcleod's back end or his account. He's keeping his powder dry for this race at the moment. But again, another yard watcher. Donnie has been playing some multis with broadsiding into Steffi Magnetica, and the other horse that he likes here, he's sort of going outside the market a bit here, and he's Jamoma Alpillage is the horse that he likes here at 50 to 1. So it's been 50s into 40s. He's taken that best of the best, and that brings. That was the horse that was a big plunge horse. I think it was $26 into about $6 in the Ken Russell. I think it was in the wrong part of the track for memory on that heavy deck behind Altov. So. Obviously, it's got some sort of ability, but it's another big step up here. They've always had a big boom on it, the Toowoomba horse, but more a mental health bet from Donny. He's only having sort of $30 on it. And looking at John Walter's betting history, obviously bad result for him in the last race, and he looks like he's. Sort of playing around the Eagle Farm Quadrella, which is exciting, and he's obviously playing around broadsiding here, and he's backed Elmore Zillow multiple times, so it looks like he's had sort of $300 there, but he's banking on the quaddie quite heavily here, and his updated balance is down to $2,200, so. Fascinating, and we can get some thoughts from John in a second around his quaddie strategy, which I think is it's that sort of day at Eagle Farm where if you want to try and get a horse like Autumn Angel Beat, it could pop and pay anything. You just got to try and land on that right roughie in the Derby. So away from her, there's a lot of value to be had. So I assume that he's sort of thinking along those lines, and then how aggressive he'll go on a horse like Steffi Magnetica, and then how many options he takes through the Kingford Smith. We'll find out soon, but no dramas from the parade with his favourite broadsiding. We might get Gordo or Sooty on the line. Looks like the Racing Ran are starting to chip in quaddies as well. So they've got about $300 worth of quaddies lined up. And
G'day, Scooter. How you going, mate?
Good, Sooty. Have you been getting any intelligence out of the Eagle Farm yard? I sort of mentioned that you guys might chip up broadsiding. You already got $600 pending at the moment, but thoughts here?
Yeah, Gord's keen. I'm not so keen. So we've got to go with the captain here. He's all over it. I was a little bit worried about some of those barrier stats from out there. And also, when you got, it's obviously, I think the best horse, and you've got to come from a wide gate, and you don't know if it's grand final day. It's a little concern. So I'm happy personally to play around, but Gord's keen as mustard, so we're going with the captain.
Yeah, right. So outside of broadsiding, which horses of appeal or pick your interest?
I'm not a real big 2 and 3 year old man. I don't mind the grand finals, slippers, sires, those races. So I had 3 equal favourites. I had broadsiding, Bitter Creek, and Belmazillo, all equal. The market's found a lot of those, so I can't find a little value. The 2 value runners for me were the 4 Altoff and also something, the 18 Jamoma
Alpillage.
Alpillage.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll be probably specking those. It's not a really big race for me, but more than happy to take some value there.
Yeah, that's something that Nick just alluded to. That is the query with broadsiding. JJ Hatkins, way more important for this horse, so not knocking it around and maybe not stirring it up. So
just hope it's not a barrier trial.
Yeah, and that's what I guess that's another thing that you're betting heavily against. The intent factor, which is also important.
I also thought like close to $4 is good enough odds to find out, even around that sort of $3 mark now. I still think $3 for clearly the best horse in the race by a few lengths is still a good enough price to find out, in my humble opinion.
Sooty, is this your mastery? The Bow Desert race 8, number 11, Hidden Melody, and Cairns race 5, number 2.
It was
Under the limit.
not the Cairns one. I had I had Twigman earlier.
Oh, yeah.
I said to Gordo, this is my best of the day, Twigman. So we got that one. And then I went and had a look after the scratchings because I saw the field. It's like 20 runners, and I said, I'm not sitting here doing that. And then it got scratched down to about 10 runners. So went and found that other one. I saw 3:30 on Top Sport this morning, and I called Gordo up and said, have a look at this horse. And then all of a sudden I come back and had a look. It was $2.40. So I missed the price there, but I think it's a really good play.
And these horses that you got running, obviously, Badger's Nuts is the other one. Bow Desert race 6. So all 3 horses. What have you got? What are you got them running for, collect wise?
A lot. So of course we've got the trebles going as well. So we've got the $50 doubles going into them. So you'll probably have 3 or 4 or around the $300 mark running into them there. And then you've got the trebles running in as well. I haven't worked out exactly how much it is, but it could be some pretty good collects if one of them come in.
Enough to win the tournament? Would you breeze past $10,000?
No, not enough to win. Depends. You could see a lot of late big bets on rougher horses, particularly if you're behind. So the last couple of races are going to be very interesting when you've got the guys with maybe 500 or 600 in their kitty having a crack, trying to take over. So it will be interesting to see what happens at the end there.
And what's your thoughts around the Derby? Autumn Angel, are you in the backing column, or are you keen to take her on? You're laying?
I've gone a couple of ways. Originally, I was all over the toppy. Then I was all over the other one, over the filly, and then I kind of now bit off both of them. So it's hard, these derbies. Like they all hate the distance. They're all never going to run over it again. They're all going to be 1,600 metre horses next prep. It's like, what do you do? Then you got the Moonlight Magic coming over with the DF. You got Warmonger coming here as well. Really hard to line those up. I thought the winner was going to come from those 4, but I'll wait and see closer to the race. I think Tannhausen's the best value at the moment. I've got Autumn Angel slightly on top, but what I do before the race, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's a definite head scratcher around away from Autumn Angel, the favourite, and we'll probably and that gate one's just a further query. It'll take one of Mark Zara's best, but if you have anyone that's having a weaving run or a run back in the field to try and find that ground, he's definitely the man for the job. MZ, you'd sort of rather him on rather than any other jockey in Australia, I would have thought. All right, good luck in this race, and we'll be keeping our eyes peeled. There's another 350 that has just lobbed into the Top Sport account of the Racing Rant team. So they've chipped up again, which is typical Gord, and so they've got a total of 950. So almost 20% of their starting bank on broadsiding. So good to see that he's stepped into the horse. Walt, are you still with us? Are you still cranky?
He's just been backing this thing off the map.
Yeah, he's just sitting there with almost equal stakeling on Elmore Zillow and broadsiding, and I can't really hear. I think he's left me on mute, or he's talking on the kick stream. So if you can turn your mic up, Walt, that'd be handy, and you might need to take a few notches off your mood lighting, because can't hear and can barely see you with the pasty, illuminated skin. He must be talking in his kick stream there. But Walt's definitely siding with broadsiding here. He's had $450 on it, and then he's had $310 by the look of it on Elmore Zillow. Or sorry, $210.
What price did he back broadsiding at? Better than the current quote, obviously.
Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah. So quite a few of the guys are all over Bob here. So nearly every competitor has already had a Bob bet, and still no action from John Mcleod. He's going to keep his powder dry in this one. So That said, he's just slipped in a little $100 bet at $15 fixed on Smashing Time.
Newcastle's off as well now.
Is it?
Yep.
Beautiful. That'd be just absolutely licking their licks, the Eagle Farm here. Share of wallet's just gone through the roof.
Come on, we just need to get broadsiding home here. We'll just really get a bit of momentum happening. I got nearly even money for this to place this morning.
What's that?
Broadsiding.
Oh, yeah? Great betting.
You know what usually happens when this sort of shit happens.
Carve up job. This will make or break a lot of punters' day today. This is a big one. Just a touch obvious for mine. $2 a place looks good, clearly. But wouldn't he? Yeah, I think he just has to be as good as.
Just got to run up to his form.
Yeah.
Nothing silly, Jamie. Come on.
Angel Capital's firm enough in the market. I thought he'd.
They keep crunching this megastar heart. Oh, Jamie. I just hope this isn't a repeat of the last race, where they go quick and they suck the juice out of him. Let's look at these things going like cut cats. $109, $165. Bitter Creek's a lot further forward than what he was last start. Morzillo's in a good spot. Jamie needs to get a bit of a cart in the race, which she's going to get.
She is. Geez, it's trucking.
Angel Capital's going backwards.
But what happens now to it? I just don't think he handled the wet track. Angel Capital. She got horse. What's she going to do here?
Come on, get out. Come on.
Oh, she just lost a bit of ground there trying to
Come on, Jamie.
get out.
Come on. Pick him up. Come on. Come on.
Well,
she got him?
Going with it.
Good girl.
Big win.
What a win.
Big win. Done well.
That was exactly, was it Waltz or Gordo that said that they knew that in the preview, they weren't worried because they knew that the horse could sustain a long run.
Yeah, that was good.
And he was exactly right because she half wobbled on the bend and she had a bit of trouble getting out, and the class just shines through there.
There's a fair few horses that just didn't run out that 1,400 metres looking at that.
There's something about her hands. Horses just travel. The track's still playing relatively fair because those horses up the inside aren't massively disadvantaged. Like they can, it's not like they're falling out the screen. Like they're probably even getting a lane closer. What a life James Cummings lives. Imagine just having your own personal driver.
Look at that.
One of the best form gurus in the world. Dominic Byrne is doing all your form. You just got to simply turn up and train.
Geez, it had a bit on him, didn't it?
Every chance she's walked the track, that looks like a specific lane she's gotten out to.
Jesus Christ. It's going to go off a pretty short quote in the JJ Atkins, isn't it? This is not. Where's the other challenger going to come from? It'll be 2s on tops, won't it?
Don't forget Jack.
I think.
I don't think he can beat. I don't think he can beat it.
No, that's as impressive as you can get.
You're praying that a horse like that it's over the top. That's the only way a horse like that's getting beat.
What's the wrap up there, Scooty?
What's that? Sorry.
Rant Boys had 1,000 on.
Yeah.
Did anyone unload on that other than the Rant Boys?
No, John McLeod stayed out actually, which was interesting. Wald had 400 on it, and then you played that double into Stiffy Magnetica, so you got 350 into 350 broadsiding into Stiffy.
Yeah, I backed it to win as well.
Oh, did you?
Oh, maybe to my personal account.
No, you can put me on, Scoot, if you want.
No, you did. No, you won 1,000.
Okay.
You returned 1,000. Yeah, Gordo, it's trumpet time for you, mate. That was good to watch. And Nicky Mcleod, to just pump your tyres up, that you read it like a Spot the Dog book, mate. The 600-metre sprint was just telling, wasn't it? Just one big, long, sustained run, and I just outstayed them all. There was just so many horses in that race that just didn't run the 1,400 out.
Scoot, just a great betting opportunity in that race, and that is, as long as you could get over the barrier, then you declare it. Saying that, I wish I was as aggressive as you are, mate, because if you notice, I only topped up by 350. So we only had $950 on it.
It's always easy after the race. Should have had more.
So, everybody out there, Gordo bets like a girl.
Well, you had Sooty trying to swing off the back here. There was a bit of a drag on your coattails from Sooty. Like he was a bit unsure, but the
thing is, Skid, it was kind of disappointing because I was trying to back it for myself everywhere. And, in between doing that and doing all the stuff for Racing Rant, it was not an ideal betting situation like for the team there. But, that's a great bet. And I should have done what you said. Didn't you say, Scoot, Gordo's going to have another 1,000 on this for sure. He's going to pop it up to 1,600. Just like, when I heard that, I was like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be conservative. I'm going to Marc Lamborn the bet, you know?
Throw yourself up.
The old should have had more on. Don't call me a moron. Gordo.
Mate, and by the way, sorry, I don't know the guy who's sitting, his name, the guy who's sitting next to you.
Nick McWalter.
Nick?
Nick, also a Nick. We love Nicks here. We got Nick Tedeschi.
Because,
Nick
his information on Just Folk, it won like a dead set money, mate. Like, map positive, Nash on it, kicked at the right time. What a beautiful bet that was. I hope he got on early because it was truckloaded as well. So, man, that was awesome, Nick. So, great work. Mate.
Well, that's what I alluded to, like, on my podcast on Thursday night. That's, especially last start, that's why I was so angry with Zara's ride. Like, he's a brilliant jockey and, like, you're going to trust them to make the best decisions, but Just Folks ace up his sleeve is to be ridden exactly how Nash rode him today. That's how he rode him when he won at Kembla, and that's why he won the race today, because he went fast enough in front. He doesn't have that electric change-up speed. He just keeps grinding them into the ground, and you saw he took Shockham over and Adelaide River out of their comfort zone, and they were under pressure and they couldn't chase.
And how good, Nick, the way Nash rode it as well. Like, to get the momentum up at the right time, as you say, and then just not dramatically drift, but just like gradually ease to that better part of the ground.
Just a perfect clock in his head. You can just see that he had a vice lock on.
I don't know. I think Nick's first child might be called Nash as well.
He just gave it a good ride, and I'm just stoked for, like, as I said, I got mates in the horse, and I've got quite a good relationship with Gav, and obviously race horses with him, and it's just good to see these stories for horses. Like, they paid $200,000 for him, and probably earned 600 or so now. After, I know they were about 440 after they won at Kembla, and he ran second last start in the the race escapes me, and then they won today. So it's probably at least another 200 would have jumped in those last two starts.
Yeah, but
so.
Nick, it's more about the fun, isn't it?
Oh,
Racehorse ownership. You can
absolutely.
jag a lottery ticket every once in a while, but it's about fun.
Absolutely.
About fun.
And they've been lucky. Like my mates who were in it, they had Keats, which they paid 25,000 for, and they've earned 525. And they've obviously had the good flip with him.
Well, I mean, if anybody's been out there, obviously you guys know that that's a Dicko horse, that one.
Mailbag.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah, because I mean, I went out to the sales with Dicko probably 5 or 6 years ago, and we went round looking at horses. Now, it's not something I do. I'm a data guy and a video guy. You know what I mean? I'm not into that style of stuff, but wow, it's interesting. Everybody, if you get the opportunity to walk around with a guy that's used to looking at horses, and just it's a fantastic learning experience and really good fun. And they generally have pretty good bars at those places as well, which I enjoyed.
And credit to Dicko as well. Like, he hasn't been someone who's been in the racing industry his whole life. He's sort of made his own way in the game and sort of self-taught a lot. Obviously, he's got advice along the way and stuff like that. But it is a credit to him and everyone at the mailbag, as well as Gav involved. Like, it's not easy. It's not easy with these tried horses.
Nick, he was trained in the mountain yard for the Mountain Yard Mail by the king of the Mountain Yard Mail. I remember him going out there with GP Glenn Pollard, who has trained the syndicates, yard watchers, and all that kind of stuff. And Glenn was training him for about a month, and it's just awesome to see that success, which is great. Saying that, who cares about that? It's all about broadsiding, guys.
Yeah, exactly right.
It's just good. Like it's just good that the RANT services and the John Walters and the MACBETs and little Birdies and you're starting your stuff, like, and that's why we sort of campaign so heavily for punters, because it just brings all these new people in, more people in. Everyone shares different ideas. Everyone has sort of ups and down days. No one's a genius all the time, but people just want to to keep learning, keep evolving, and to keep on betting. But like you just never stop. You never stop absorbing information, learning, crafting, and try and jump onto edges. Then one door closes, then another edge sort of pops up. But God, it's, as Marc Lambourne continually says, like, it's just this amazing endless puzzle that everyone loves, and that's why we're so adamant that we need just to keep the foot on the prize money a little bit, so the taxes don't just butcher us all out of the game, because it's tough.
Definitely. And people, I mean, we get tarred with a pretty bad brush as far as our industry is concerned, and that is so wrong. Like, we've had people email videos in and tell us about their 95-year-old grandmothers who just love having a bet and get so much joy about it. They don't bet above their means or anything like that. It's just an absolute pleasure and some enjoyment for them later on in life, and they've been doing it for 60 years. It's a brilliant game we're in. Well, we need people like you, Scoot, to promote these things. We need people like Richie Irvine to fight for our betting rights.
The stuff that the boys at the
I'll
Wolf
let
Den
them
are
do
doing.
it, and I'll just focus on finding horses like Broadside.
Good thing to do.
They're good boys at Wolf Den. Richie and
Matt
Kingsley
Taylor's a
and those boys.
legend.
Yeah, they're doing good things.
Yeah, they're good. And by the way, they're doing the same thing by promoting it to I mean, obviously the RAN is more about like professional, semi-professional kind of people, but they're actually like aiming their stuff at sort of like people who are getting involved, which I think is a brilliant thing, and we all need it because we all want turnover. So
we had Kingsley on the podcast about must have been back in the autumn, and then I think a couple of weeks ago, Kingsley and Fizzer went on the podcast when I was away having a little freshen up, and they're just a good bunch of boys. They don't think they're bigger and better than anyone else, and they've got a lot of skin in the industry, and what they're trying to provide with their service is just a community, really. They just want people to have a bet and just like-minded people to talk and bounce ideas off each other and just create a nice little haven for punters, and it's a great idea.
Hey, Gord, just quickly, there's a question in the chat room. I'm not sure who's submitted it, but someone just said, when are you going to take your skirt off and have a real bet?
Well, I totally agree with you. The thing is, Scoot, I did have a real bet, but
20% of the bank's okay.
It's weird. No, but guys, you other guys must find it as well. I don't like betting with other people's money. It makes me nervous.
You can't think like that, Gordo.
Like, if it's your own, then you're like, okay, I've made my decision. I've done the analysis. I'm willing to bet. But when it's other people's money, people don't understand that. They think there'd be more pressure with your own. There isn't.
No.
Like, I care more about theirs than I do mine.
Yeah, it's definitely a big challenge, and yeah, hats off to you boys for all having a crack and doing it in like a realistic way. Some people just want us to go chips in, go boom, 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 and it just doesn't work that way. And you can look like a fool pretty quickly and dust the bank off really, really quickly. It only takes two bad decisions.
Theoretically, we started with $5,000 and I had 950 on it, which is just short of 20% of total bank on the day. You know what I mean? Like,
still a very big risk.
That's a very big bet. you know. But people don't want to see that. They want us to just blast and whatever. And I understand that. They want the entertainment value of it. But
that's okay.
You're trying to get to Hong Kong.
Sparks can fly late in the day anyway. You still have to. We're not even in the quaddy yet. There's still lots of racing to go.
Oh, no. We're going to have a good time, man. We're going to have a good time. We're sitting in some reasonable positions right now, particularly with some of those all-ups going. And for me, I've got to give a shout out. I'd say single-handedly, Sooty and Kaz, our two Hong Kong pros, and they are big-time pros. I'd say single-handedly they've got the turnover up with Australian bookmakers in Hong Kong dramatically, and that's a good thing too, man, because we love turnover.
Yeah, it'd be amazing if you could collate like put all the shows, all these little, online shows. It'd be amazing what a turnover driver it would be. It'd be astronomical, the figure.
You like having a dabble over in Hong Kong, Gordo?
I love Hong Kong, guys, but I don't have enough time to do it thoroughly. So pretty much what I'll do is like Kaz and Sooty will say, you might be interested in this race, Gordo, and then I'll do the vids and do the form and the data. Because you just can't do everything these days. It's
too hard.
It's too hard.
The Wednesday night's just a killer. The Wednesday nights, once it clicks over to those later meetings, it's just brutal when just the nature of Wednesday acceptances and then Thursday, Friday, and the back end of the week. I find the Sunday's manageable, but the Wednesday's just savage.
The Wednesday race is too hard.
The Wednesday
you
finish
bet. Happy Valley, they all take their turn.
Yeah, I mean, I have a couple of little things I look for in Happy Valley, which I won't talk about here. But my thing is, you finish betting at 1 o'clock in the morning, you're still on a high because you've been betting. I can't go to sleep straight away. You know what I mean? So I've got to put a movie on after that. Then I'm in bed by 3 o'clock, and then there's so much work to be done on a Thursday. It is difficult unless you cheat. Saying that, I just, by the way, I love listening to you guys, and by the way, I love John Walter. He doesn't know it, but I do love him. He's a redhead. He's a great golfer, and he's a fantastic man. And if GP says he likes somebody's tweets, they must tweet pretty bloody good. Anyway, I'll be on a break for a little while, guys, for an hour or so, or whatever. I'm going to chill out. So I'll see you in about an hour or so.
Great stuff. Good luck. Hope you get the result. Beautiful. The nice little polish there for John Jane Walter.
I love you too, Gordo. I love you too.
How are you over there, Walt, up in sunny Gold Coast? You got your lighting.
We could have had a redheaded loving moment there. What happened? I missed it.
Don't know. It's something I didn't see coming.
We thought you must have been busy counting your cash. You didn't want to talk to us anymore.
All I heard was, I think I love John Walter or something, and that always perks my attention.
Good win,
broadsiding. Definitely not in this house.
Yeah, the broadsiding, obviously a good result. Not quite a launch job for you, but what price does he start in the JJ Atkins? Do you get, is it $1.50? Is it $1.30? Is it $1.20? There's just nothing.
You think there's a big chance the field size will not be anywhere near as big either, right? So
he's into even
that'll
money
knock
now.
a few out. They'll probably aim up at smaller targets. So, if it ends up a 10-horse field, it'll start nice and short.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just putting quaddy numbers up for people as well. Anything else? What's happening?
It's with the quaddy. Not a little bit of an outlay on the quaddy for you. Bit skinny the first couple of legs, and what's your theory? Are you gonna try and be around Autumn Angel?
Well, Magic Time's my best way, and then I've gone a bit I've played a lot of combinations through Magic Time, and then it's skinnier, I guess, with the others, just because trying to get it sort of going. But Steffi Magnetica, and if Steffi Magnetica wins, I'm probably in a decent spot, and if Magic Time wins, I should be in a decent spot as well. That's probably the keys, the first two legs, because they look a bit more manageable, don't they? The last couple look pretty scary. So just trying to get in and then stay alive.
Track looks pretty good for a horse like Magic Time. I know John Mcleod didn't give it much love on the show on Thursday. He sort of chips in secret. He's going to be testing for in secret first up 1300 on that sort of deck, I would have thought.
Yeah, I think it's probably definitely playing pretty testing. It's I think that was a pretty good win, broadsiding, and nothing else seemed to. So they all wanted to cut through the middle, didn't they? They were scared to come wide and just did it anyway. But you'd think she's going to be in the right spot, whether that's third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and get a chance, and the others have got to kind of make decisions. So, I just thought she was worth taking the risk with and trying to get it going for a little result.
Yeah, let's have a look at the speed map here. We've got 12 minutes until race 6. Don't go anywhere though, Walt. I'll get your opinion on this race. But Schwartz and the instructor look like the speed according to John Mcleod on the punting form speed map here. Celluli is going to be handy there. Weigel Tiger looking to get in. Stapati, we sort of spoke about that off air. Is the horse still alive? What's happening with it at the moment? Abounding's one of mine. He'll sit midfield. Stiffy Magnetica. It'll be drawn the fence and be looking to try and get into the right part of the track. And then you've got like a big closing brigade with Snow Patrol, who's sort of back from the abyss. Mikhail's been one of Walt's. Roll on high. Definitely think it's completely dead and not sure. And the horse probably knows what it's doing. It's been a hell of a prep from that horse after a pretty eye-catching run first up. But thoughts on this race, Walt?
Yeah, I think they'll go much quicker than people anticipating. I think there'll be good pressure. So I think everyone will get their chance. And then I just hope they don't ride Steffi Magnetica too close, because they've got that when she tracked up behind them in the, what race was that? The Princess Series race where I got beat by Gaze. Anyway, that was just a completely different race. She was 5th, 6th up there and they walked, whereas here, second up 14, she's going to be more vulnerable and I think faster tempo. So I'm hoping they sort of a little bit more patient with her and let her work into the race and use a turn of foot. I think that's probably the key to the whole race. If they ride her too close, I think she could be vulnerable late and changes the whole race.
Do you think you're going to be betting into this race? Obviously nothing pending yet. Do you think you're gonna have a bet in the race? Yeah.
Quaddies only.
Okay. Quaddies only.
I'm keen to have a bet.
I'm running away now.
Righto, mate.
Yeah. 800 best of the best from Team RANT, and obviously, as mentioned previously, it looks like I think Donnie's probably got 350 worth of bob all ups from broadsiding as well. So it looks like the top fluck there was 310. So he's got 1,085, and I think he's had that best of the best as well on Steffi Magnetica. So he's looking for a nice little result there. Top fluck is 320, and it's just sort of gone off there. So not sure what's going to happen with the totes, but given she's got that pretty strong weight for age form, I think she's going to be pretty firm in the market. Stapati looked okay on the parade.
I'm pretty keen to get involved in this race. I sort of want to oppose Steffi Magnetica. I've had 3 bets in the race. My main 2 bets, I've backed Stapati. I'm excited now that I think that his lane's going to be in play. He's going to be somewhere out near where broadsiding came down, and I think Johnny's just got to give him a good ride. A bit of cut in the track is what this horse needs. 1,400, I think, is just him to a T. And if he gets a good ride, I think he's gonna have to be really, really close. I think Schwartz. I think Jamie's going to roll forward on him. If he rolls forward and leads or thereabouts, he's going to run an almighty race, I think. So they're my 2 main bets in the race, and I've backed them to win the same amount. And I had a saver to just get my stake back on number 10, Snow Patrol.
Yep.
I took 20 to 1 him. I thought that was too big a price for a horse who's got all the good form. He's got the Southport Tycoon V8 sort of form lines, and that was prominent form back in the autumn. So I was keen to have a bet on those three, and I think there's a bit of dead wood in this race. Like, a bounding was right place, right time. I don't think it's much good. Roll on high is a bit of a myth. I know Corniche won last start, but I think he was well enough found at $6. And I didn't want to get sucked into Steffi Magnetica. I think she's got the flashing light on her, and I don't know if she probably deserves to be that short. So yeah, I'm pretty keen on Stapati and Schwartz with the saver for the stake back with Snow Patrol. So I thought I could get a good little earn out of this race.
Yeah, I've sort of got a bit of time for a bounding, but I probably want to see her against all her own sex. And yeah, a horse like, I don't think she's got the quality of a Steffi Magnetica, but I think there's a good race in her. But yeah, I get super frustrated when trainers sort of aim up a little too high. She'd be a great bet in a softer race, but yeah, it's just a bit of a head scratcher there. But yeah, when you sort of look at Stapati's form behind like Who Dares, Nicolini Vito, yeah, it's a pretty solid form reference when you've got a horse like Poison Chalice come out and run pretty well up to like a 1600 metre event. So Who Dares and a couple of those horses were pretty rock hard fit that day. Even Nicolo Vito, he'd raced at Wangoom, I think, in the Wangoom down at Waterbull.
Won last weekend, Nicolini Vito. So
yeah.
The form is all out of that race.
It looks good.
It looks good. If Stapati gets the right track conditions, and I think it's going to be no disadvantage with the gate. They've always had an opinion of this horse, and he's always promised a lot. Like, you just have to look at the Guineas Prelude win. Like, horses don't do that if they're not top shelf. So I just hope he gets everything his way today, and he can show his best, because his best is very good, and I think he's a group horse every day of the week.
Yeah, I think he. I was sort of keen to oppose him in the Caulfield Guineas. For memory, I had big queries over him. I think a miles was past his.
Yeah, I think he's a 12 to 1400 metre horse.
Yep,
and he will be, but yeah, fast 12. If not, I think 14 is a proper sweet spot for him. Like, but yeah, I'll know he's there in a Stradbroke with 50 kilos on his back if he gets conditions to suit. But yet again, he's got to win the race today to
get in,
to earn his way there. So.
Yeah, it's a fascinating little race, this. But obviously the guys in the stream, most of them are pretty heavily in the camp of Steffi Magnetica. Nearly all boys are sort of chips in a bit of a circle back around to John Mcleod. We haven't really heard from him for the day. He's out on track and he's doing the yard, but been a little bit quiet. But he's had quite a big bet on Steffi Magnetica, so. He had 500 at 325 fixed, and then he's had another 1,000 best of the best as well. And surprisingly, he's had 200 at best of the best on roll on high. So he's obviously forgiving that recent run on the heavy bottomless. It was I think it was a heavy rated 10, but some connections and jockeys said it was more like a heavy 15 that day. So interesting that he's giving it one more chance at around the 20 to 1 mark. Roll on high, so
he's a beautiful looking horse, Schwartz.
Yeah, no,
walks around with purpose.
Yeah,
but when you're worth 1 point whatever they paid for him, you'd want to walk around looking sexy.
No shortage of coin.
No,
Uncle Robbie. The real head scratcher trying to work out Rob Heathcote in the form that I do. So it'll be a great result for the investors if Steffi Magnetica can win. Most teams are chips in here, and fingers crossed we can just still get a couple of these fancy horses in the market across the line and get a good result for the bank building and take Tristan's money off him.
Who's Bernie's pick of the yard going to be here? Maybe Schwartz. See the camera's going to do. No, Safrado.
Wow.
Bit of value for old Bernie.
Oh, Rexy Lip. Here's DK's other tip for today. Keep reading. Caulfield race 6, number 6. Jolly Camp. Bring it over from Adelaide. Matt Perfect.
Looks good from here.
Yeah. Cairns race 3 ticks over. So Cairns race 5, number 2, Under the Limit, is a racing RANT multi-leg. Also Bow Desert race 6, number 1, Badger's Nuts, and then Bow Desert race 8, number 11, Hidden Melody. So they got a couple of good little multis sort of rolling through here.
Weather looks pretty good at Cairns. Sun's out, people there.
Great place for a lads trip.
Yeah.
Cracking. Yep. Yeah, tipping it highly.
Track looks cactus. Look at the different grass. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, they just cop so much rain, haven't they?
There's a fair pushback against Steffi late, isn't there? It's at the $4 plus.
Taking it on?
Yeah.
You had any other action, Donny?
No, I've just got that going, and then just a quaddie. I went the main one just with her one out, and then just a bit of a wider one, but nothing much. Don't know what I'll do. Probably save the chips for a bit later.
Yeah.
Who's the boys on here? Is everyone on Steffi?
Yeah, mostly. I think John Mcleod's probably got the weirdest bet. He's had 200 at $20 on roll on high for giving it off that bottomless heavy. So obviously she's got ability, but just don't know where she's at.
My horse.
I thought she's nearly dead, to be honest.
It's been well backed. I thought it would be, drift out towards the hundreds. This is the world pool's in operation from now on, isn't it?
Yeah, for the final 4 races. Yep. So we could spike some decent results here. Or outside the favourite, you're going to get some big divs.
Yeah, the totes will blow up if some of these roughies lob.
Yeah. Huge.
So that's why Bob's so good on this day with the world pool.
Yeah, cracking product. Relaxed or nervous, Donny? Chip leader.
I don't really know what's happening with the other boys. So it says I'm in front, but realistically, I think the RANT boys have got all those monies going, and I don't know what Walter's doing. He's probably got some bets pending, and
we've got a lot of quaddie action, Walt.
He's got too many streams going on. You can't think. Oh, lay of the day, Eagle Farm. Steffi Magnetica, so that's even a bigger push for her.
The strike rate must be incredible, the tab lay of the day. It's obviously a marketing ploy.
No, he's just got no idea, that guy, does he? He sounds like he's got no idea whatsoever.
It's the marketing. I'm 100% convinced it's a marketing strategy.
The one who's announcing it's not the one picking it anyway.
It's marketing. The
tab so people talk. He says every week he sets the prices. I put this up too long. I put this up $12. It was well backed. I did this.
That is a bizarre angle to take. I'm not sure why they do that.
Oh, I was listening to I backed Clean Energy last weekend, and it was their lay of the day or whatever, and they were like, "Oh, we're keen to take it on." They only took it on with like 15 cents the last 5 minutes. Like, if you're going to take it on properly. Push it right out. Be brave.
Yeah.
Gutless. Now, this could make for a real good afternoon if we can get a result here. Just be your Goldilocks horse for me, Steffi.
I'm on it as well.
Have you back, Steffi?
Yeah, I had Donnie sing at Sunshine Coast into it.
Yeah.
See what's gonna happen here. He's not going. What's he gonna do? It's not too close. Party's got 3 wide cover.
Snow Patrol, deep respect on the fence, a long way back. Mcleod second last on the inside of Christ Sayor. So Louis is in front. Second, Weigel Tiger. Third is Rhythm of Love.
Few under the sticky. Steffi hasn't moved.
Golden Decker. The inside. Bring around, turn out.
And Jamie.
So Louis is in front.
All right, but can she get out to that going?
Come on, Jamie. Oh, get squeezed up.
Here she comes, Stiffy.
Back nearer the inside and right down the outside as Roll on High, but Rhythm of Love's in front.
Not fucking Roll on High.
Wow. She just didn't like the heavy 15.
Got this myth.
Oh my God.
Oh, goodness.
John Mcleod from the Clouds. 200 at $20. Wow.
A great
Wow,
game.
Donnie, are you sick? What a turnaround. What a turnaround. Unbelievable. Looked like it had been shot last time. Obviously, the heavy 15 just didn't tolerate it at all. Found the good ground. Fence, what do you think about it now? Steffi's wheels spun hard.
What's that, sorry?
What do you think of the fence and Steffi there? Do you think she get
it's not.
draws killed
It's
her?
not, it's not ideal, but I don't think it's completely cast. That like 4 to kind of 10 lane looks the best.
Wowzers. John Mcleod.
What do you have, 200 each way?
200 nose. Might have to get him on the
Did
stream.
Walt take it in his quaddie?
Oh, I didn't have it in mind.
No.
No way.
No.
Like I launched on it last start too.
John Mcleod had he had 1500 on Steffi Magnetica, but then had 200 on it, so rolling high. So that'll take him to 7700. So not panic stations yet, Donnie. Not panic stations
I'm
yet.
not panicking.
You did it. You did it.
Long,
you did it the cheap
way to
way.
go.
Cheap little fine. But that's a massive turnaround. God, he's taken a while to figure that horse out. But how big win that.
Bloody hell.
The totes didn't do as much as I thought they would.
No. Got to be serious question marks on the race though. Like, fucking Rhythm of Love's ran second.
Yeah, a bit of a drag on it, isn't it?
Yeah, not much of a race that. They're not going to challenge in the Stradbroke, you would think.
How many horses are making ground on the bend, on the inside? Looks like cornering, it's a big advantage to be well off. Back to the drawing board somewhat for a few of the boys here, but they're all in pretty good shape coming into these last couple of races, which is good news.
What's the party been beaten? 3 lengths or so.
That's not really given much chance. I didn't think it was just too far.
Well, he had to go too wide, and then he ended up cutting back through. Like Swartz got completely sandwiched, and he obviously resented that. But
MACBET John, nice. This is Johnny Mcleod. We might try and get Johnny on for a chat.
roll on high. Give me a spell.
I think I sort of I think I reverse crowed it sort of into victory there. I gave it like the biggest bake ever. I'm very powerful.
Gator calls her a thief. She's exactly that. She's fucking stolen everyone's money again. This time it's not hers. Not on her.
Wow.
Keep reading's in a good spot here. Maybe not the best going, but...
John is on. Giggling, Mr. Mcleod.
Just stab in the dark, mate.
Oh, too good. Just what was the theory there? Just didn't handle the heavy 15, or last time?
They thought it would win last time, and I just you got lost on it, sort of thing. You had to make up a lot of ground. There's a bit of a gap from about the last three to the main bunch, and they all went out to the right part of the track, and he just held his ground. So there's nothing wrong with the run. It was just the fitness under his belt. Run was good prior. It's a nice horse. Wet track type too.
What do you think of the inside? Like obviously in the straight, and it looks like it's hard for the horses up against the fence and sort of another one off, trying to build momentum from the 6 to the 400 metre mark. What are your thoughts?
There's no doubt, but I think it's what I said on the other morning.
The kickback.
You just need a bit of clear air. You get out like broadcasting clear air, the last one clear air, the leader before clear air. That's what you need. You don't want to be parked in behind horses getting the shit thrown back at you. And you just need someone to get right out. I'm just surprised that that's a heap of them are not trying to get a bit further out than what they are and making it a bit difficult for those back markers. Like broadcasting, they just sort of let him go out there and close, and if they went 100 mile an hour, it was just perfect for him. He's just a quality animal, that horse. I was worried about that they wouldn't allow him to do that, but they handed it to him on a platter.
Yeah.
But it's been good. All the boys are tipping plenty of winners too. So
yeah, it's good. Banks are healthy at this stage. Yeah, it's good. How are you thinking that you're going to play the Derby? Obviously, you're pretty keen and pretty bullish for Autumn Angel, but with what you've just said about the kickback and barrier 1, you might change strategy there, or?
Well, she's in that position that is terrible. But he's just got to try to get clear air. I just went over and had a look at her, and she's just sitting there like as quiet as a lamb, and they say that she's like that. The other day, they were complaining, or not complaining, they were very frightened that it was walking around not sweating up or anything. And whereas previously in Sydney, I think it was sweating up and carrying on. So I don't know. I don't know what we got last time.
Yeah.
But we could see a completely different animal here. But as I said, where she's going to be is in the little bit of shit.
It'd be interesting to see what the market does with that. With that in mind, they might sort of start to take her on, because there's a bit of resistance for Steffi Magnetica there late.
Yeah. Well, I was surprised. I couldn't really remember her the other day in the yard, and when I looked at her today, she was probably 6th or 7th pick in the yard. She did playing tight against the rest of them. I was sort of a bit pissed off that I had bet so early, because I probably would have halved my bet on her. I thought she'd still win.
Yeah.
But she's just not. She's no star to look at, that's for sure. And there's not a lot of her. And I think Walt might have said if they try to hold a position, she might be found. And he did give her a bit of a dig around about the 1,000 metre mark to rail up there, and it went against them.
All right, so we've got interesting race coming up. The Kingsford Smith Cup in secret, being the big go, $9.50 into $5. It's a shame that I didn't let you have the banks, and they weren't ready for betting at about lunchtime on Wednesday when prices went up. But can you see any value, or do you think you'd be playing her at $5, or now the price is gone, you've sort of lost interest?
Lost interest. I just think you really need a real fit horse out there, and I'm really keen to look at it in the yard to see if it's really tight, which I'm expecting it possibly not to be. This is a real testing track, and I know I said that the Waltz horse couldn't win because I thought the gate was too bad for it on a dry track, but it's the wet tracker, and if it's $10 or $12, I'm swinging around that into it a little bit. I know Tom's dipping it as well.
Yeah.
There's a few horses there that are going to be stuck on the fence. The favourite, the top one's going to be back on the fence and in a bit of strife, and mine's going to be midfield too wide, possibly just getting a lot of shit thrown back at her. Whereas the other one, the wet track, is going to be sort of probably 3 wide, sort of just coasting along and just use its wet track ability to round them up. I just don't know what to do as far as a play goes. I was so bullish on the other one, but just thinking about it, I think you really need a real fit horse, and this is 1,300 first up on a heavy track. I don't know. I know Desley Forson has said to me, have they downgraded the track to a heavy 9? Yeah. And I hadn't heard that, but shit, if it's a heavy 9 first up, you need bloody really fit horses and it's first up. So.
Yeah, the way, and especially the way the track's playing, I can easily see Magic Time sort of starting.
Race number 6 here.
It just seems the right horse now. Well, must have had a crystal ball for the thing. This track's going to be completely like without a lot of rain. We've had hardly no rain here. We've had a few sticks. That's about all. It's not. There's been hardly nothing. The ground is dry. You might be able to see it from behind me, but the ground is as dry as dry. So, but the track's cutting up, and clear air is the go, and his horse is going to be in clear air.
Yep.
And when you go, like even going at Tina, it had a bit of it had to have a vet check yesterday, and they didn't really pass it, and then they passed it again today. So there's a lot of flaws in a few of these horses now. It's a tricky race, and as I said, the wet track was well suited.
Yeah, fascinating race coming up, and it'll build to a nice sort of crescendo with the Derby, and then the final race is an absolute cracker too, with Cœur Volant and Comrade Rosa, and another one that will be a big one from the yard, Cœur Volante. Obviously Gord's had mail that it's screwed right down from the Moroni yard. It's got the Jolly Star form, and she's a bit of a class act. So. Nice little.
I think the real yard horse in that race is the Toppy. I think it's class act, but I think it's a really big, strong mare, and I don't know whether she's going to go in it. And again, she's first up, so I just, it worries me a little bit, sort of thing. But it was the one that I was very keen to see in the yard.
into $1.35.
Nothing out wide at Bow Desert. The racing ramp boys are chips in Badger's nuts here. It's been $2.05 into $1.50.
Shorter.
Well, our timing was bad because we did 20. so we're locked out. We're locked out. I think the boys sort of. I got a bloke out, Longies out there at Bow Desert, but none of them actually looked at it. Sort of thing. I definitely didn't look at it, and they've all done Toowoomba tonight. So unfortunately, we won't be betting there. Yeah, Bow Desert when the rain comes, you just got to come around the middle of the track.
Yeah,
just down the outside. That usually is.
Bit of a speed battle, but they've backed it off. But good luck, and we might chime into you after the derby. So good luck until then, and we'll see you soon.
I'll try to call in just after I look at the yard sort of thing and give you some comments on what it looks like.
Okay, before the derby.
Yeah, just before the derby.
Okay, cool. We'll speak to you then. Thanks, mate.
Yeah.
Interesting comments there from John around Steffi, obviously not being a bit of a type, and also Autumn Angel too. With that, out of character. Usually she's a bit fizzed up, and now she's sort of quiet as a lamb. There's some funny ones with those sort of horses. Where's this Badger's nuts?
It's going to run third.
Nice little third. So knocks out.
Got carved up by the horse that ran second last.
Amazing, isn't it? Hey. It's just unbelievable. Some of those tracks, it's one or the other, isn't it? It happens in Adelaide all the time. They either go breakneck or they go like 12 below. It's crazy. Alice Springs is kicking into gear here. Oh. Is that Bjorn Baker waving on the? Is that Bjorn Baker at the yard waving?
Yep.
He's a child. He's such a funny bugger. Bank update. So we've got John Mcleod, chip leader here, $7,720. So good bet there with roll on high, bounce back to form. He was forgiving of its run last start, which has paid dividends for him. And then Donny's in second place there on $5,595. Racing ran at $4,048, and then Johnny Walter at $2,800. I'll just do a quick check around the grounds. I think Johnny hasn't got any of his quaddies alive, so he's dusted 600 there. I think he'll be definitely playing in race 7. Obviously keen on Magic Time, so he's got a couple of pending bets. He's backed multiple runners in that race. The RANT have just had the first of their 3 final legs of the multi go over in Badger's Nuts. So they've got race 5, number 2, Under the Limit, and Bow Desert race 8, number 11, Hidden Melody, who's been $2.05 into $1.50 at Bow Desert there at around 4 o'clock to run. Just looking at the quadrellas for Racing RANT, and it looks like they haven't had roll on high in their quaddie. John Mcleod didn't take a quaddie, and poor old Donny. He hasn't taken roll on high either in his quaddie, so all quaddies are dead in the water.
Good this the post race jockey interviews. I like it.
Oh, I need more of it. Like, especially on a big day like today. Like they need to sort of flex their muscles, Queensland, and they just get railroaded by New South Wales. It's a bit crook, really.
Yeah, I agree.
Keep Reading got beaten out of a place for DK. Ladonce Shrews, Cliff Brown.
Swooped.
Yeah, $21. Extremely lucky.
Did extremely lucky things, ran third.
He's a frustrating horse. I thought he'd end up in Queensland. I thought someone like Colin could get the best out of a horse like him.
Yeah, well, he won last start. He just would have sucked everyone in getting it. He went around $10 today, so yeah. Still paid $3 a place.
We see a racing previews entrant in one of the tournaments in future. Can you see yourself adapting to the pressure of betting a bank?
Yeah, absolutely.
Not scared? Not scared to have a crack?
Well, it's easy for me to sit here and say it now. But, yeah, it'd be a bit of fun, absolutely. I'm sure the other two boys would
be into it?
Would be happy to be into it,
yeah. The competition's poised in a really interesting spot here. He'd be feeling pretty good about life, John Mcleod, but everyone's just got too many chips on the table. Everyone's still well and truly alive here.
Time for you to step up today. Make a wish.
Moody in there.
Mood's whispering in his ear.
Mate, you'd have a bloody hard on after the last race.
Well, he owns 49% of this freaking thing, so this one needs to win. He does need to step up and win. Like, I'm not calling him a nonny, but if he wants to step up and call himself the best sprinter in the country, well, he needs to go and do that. It just makes him miss horses like Nature Strip and that all the more because they fronted up and they just, been very spoilt for good horses in the past, and now the sprinting ranks are probably pretty even. You don't know what you've got until it's gone half the time. And you had two superstars that went to war all the time in Nature Strip and Eduardo, and they had great battles. Few and far between, that sort of stuff. Now, look at think about it. He's carrying on like an absolute rurak. Funny sort of prep with him. Full credit to Joe Pride having a crack and trying something with him. And but
I think his runs have been okay. Like, I thought his run in the Doncaster was fine.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not his go, so he wouldn't shock me at all.
Good to hear that they're just going to go sprint with him in the spring, and they can be creative in the autumn again if they so wish. But too much money to be made in the sprint ranks not just to do what he's good at.
God, how's that bloody...
Werribee?
Huh?
How's bloody Werribee?
Yeah.
Bloody cow paddock. That was the money horse. They backed that off the map. It was 8th in this morning. Yeah, good horse, Antino.
See, the way the track is, I could see him nearly winning this. Because he's just be
He genuinely had an excuse every single run that he had in Melbourne and Sydney. He's unbeaten in Queensland.
Yeah,
he's a great. Especially like you could definitely see him running the place.
I think just Golan.
I think
he'll just be so too dead, won't he?
Oh, you just gotta have just a perfect little cushy. You just want to see him hitting the line because he's the horse to beat in the Stradbroke. What weight's he got? Do you know?
50. What is it? 54 or 55? I think. Yeah, he's definitely the one to beat. But yeah, what John Mcleod's saying, like he sort of forecasted it Thursday with that kickback, and that's sort of it's a nice little pearl, that, to be honest. Like with these tracks that you're sort of getting into,
Yeah.
how important that clear air is, especially with the bend. Like to me, it just looks like there's just so many horses that are just the wheels are spinning.
Yeah, I agree.
And some of those, like some of those horses scout my eye, they're just sort of trucking into it.
Yep. I just hope Nolan just takes him back and goes round. Don't go up. Don't ride him warm like J-Mac did last start. His best races have been when he's been able to let rip from the top. Just let him do that. That's his biggest weapon. J-Mac even said on an interview with Gareth during the week that Gareth asked him which was the horse that you most regret not being on today of the 3 horses you rode last start. Tannhauser, Broadsiding, and I Wish I Win. And I Wish I Win was the one that he said.
Wow.
So he said he'll be cherry ripe for today.
Yeah. The way the track's playing, given its testing, I think it's just like the perfect storm for Magic Time here. Like,
I Wish I Win can still go on a wet track. He won the TJ.
yeah, but barrier 1, then you get the downgrade to Nolan. Your man Mickey D, barrier 9 Magic Time.
Is it really a downgrade to Nolan though? Like if J-Max zipped 2 on I Wish I Win, and Nolan's won 6 races or something on him.
I don't think J-Mac could have done any more to get him across the line last night.
No, exactly right. But it's an apples and oranges, I suppose. Like J-Mac's the best in the world. There's no debating that. But Luke on this horse, like, you know,
he's got a point to prove. After the missus got on social media. It's the last thing you'd ever want, wouldn't it? You just don't want your missus to kick up for you in public.
Yeah.
Like, no bloke needs that. It's not.
Because it makes him look. It makes him look bad. She's a superstar.
Hey?
She's a superstar in secret. I love her, but I just think it's all a little bit too much. Like, you know,
Heck of a task.
she was that crook that they nearly retired her.
Yeah.
That's why they pulled up and pivoted and reset again. This girl's a good horse in her own right.
Yeah, I just love how patient he's been with his horse.
Just a great trainer of fillies and mares, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just his niche.
Yeah, it's
Few of the fillies and mares in this, all mares, but you reckon the prices were big on the Gold Coast during the week? What are these things going to go for?
Well, that's what Walt said. Walt said on the preview show he's surprised that Bella Nipotina and Espiona they didn't throw them in because there was so much money floating around. We better have a look at the speed map and get back on track here. We sort of half asleep at the wheel here for race 7 at Eagle Farm, and these speed maps have been pretty spot on, and courtesy of Punning Form and John Mcleod and his team at MACBET, their insights here. So it looks like we've got Tuvalu is your leader here with Oncoming James settling handy. He only sort of knows it one way out in front, and then the best runs look to be Think About It, Magic Time, and In Secret. They'll be sort of coming just one off the fence in the running line, and you've got Antino sort of dead cold. And again, I Wish I Win sort of got the Steffi Magnetica type of query here. Can he get off that fence and out to the right part? We'll have Bella Nipotina in front of him with all that kick back in his face. So, yeah, to me, looking at this and the way the track's playing, Think About It and Magic Time just look like they're going to be in the sweet spot. And Tino not really there. In Secret finds that tough task, but yeah, she looks okay to my eye. And yeah, it's a bit of D-Day. You're right about I Wish I Win. So fascinating race. Looks like Racing Rant aren't really participating. Looking at the pending bets in their account, John Mcleod is he's ended up playing Magic Time small here for $400. So interesting. He's might have been throwing off on Thursday, but he's done an about turn. He might think she needs the run in secret. So if you're following from home, John Mcleod has jumped off the first upper and he's onto Magic Time, especially the way the track's playing. And then if we have a look at Donny's account, he's had something on Think About It. He's on In Secret. He's only really betting small here. $250 Think About It. In Secret for $100. $50 each on Espiona and Freedom Rally. And yeah, he's not really playing the race by the look of that. Pretty small bets. And then Walt, who's somewhat married to Magic Time, is he's had about $650 on Magic Time here, John Walter. And he's had $250 on Think About It. So all of the punters are trying to stay away from I Wish I Win. He's going to have his work cut out for him up against that fence. But fascinating race.
If he doesn't win today, I'm off him.
What, just barring life?
Oh, not life, but got to seriously consider it. Like, as I said, you got to step up sooner or later. Like, there's nothing wrong if you don't want to be the best sprinter in the land. That's fine, but there's a lot of hype. There's a lot of fucking hype around the horse, and his winning strike rate's not turning into the best sprinter in the land should have. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it was a bit circumstantial, though he's lost last time. So in my mind, he sort of chalks it up as a near-on win. But if you come unstuck with those conditions, he gets the same problem here. So that's at $3.90. There's just no way I could back him at that price.
I'm backing him on the provider that I think Luke's going to just ride him a touch cold and go around them. And if he's ridden that way, I think he's turned the foot a bit too good and he'll run over the top. But we'll soon see, won't we?
In Secret's going for a bath here at Top Sport, $5.50 out to $8. Big drift there. Magic Time's the one that their market's coming hard for now. It's into $6.50. I think it might even start shorter. Think About It's been $6.50 into $4, so a big strong move. So I think the pattern players are identifying the 2 and the 11 here, Magic Time, thinking that they're just going to be in the right spot. So haven't got any yard mail through, but I assume that's part of the reason she mustn't look good enough.
I'm not overly surprised.
I thought Freedom Rally Scoot was a good roughie. It was around 50 to 1.
Yeah,
it was up the slow lanes of Doom and last up too.
Yeah, you stuck up for him huge, and yeah, he went big, didn't he? Is there a chance that he has a buy as well?
Oh, they're trying to qualify for the straight break.
So he's not in the race.
Needs the win to get in.
Yep.
Full credit to him if he can win here.
Yeah, absolutely. $35, Donny.
What's that?
Your bet on Freedom Rally, just a gutsy 35.
Oh yeah, I've gone crazy on this race because then I heard all the jockeys come in from the last saying how heavy it is, so I got worried about Magic Time and had something on that. In Secret, looks like it's got none on the heavy, so I'm a bit late to the party there, but Think About It's gone right off, which is good to see. That's my main play here.
And just babysitting casually in the tournament as well.
This is just Saturday afternoon wrestling kids and trying to get money down. It's tough.
Bit of fresh hell.
How good?
Too good, Donny. You got any kids?
No. Can't look after myself, let alone any others.
You got to take your time. There's no rush.
Plenty more races to
the
win.
The map's the real interesting part here. I don't know who's going to take it up. Magic Time, maybe Think About It. I don't think so. Kind of on Common James might come over from the outside, and Freedom Rally will be up on pace.
Tuvalu's scratch, sorry.
Yeah, Tuvalu's out, so there's no designated leader.
But Uncommon James is got to be the leader here, isn't
it?
Yeah, hopefully. And Freedom Rally might be able to sit outside it or pop off its back.
You want to be dodging Uncommon James because he'll be waving the white flag. He'll be a big roadblock.
Donny babysitting. What a beauty. God,
So we've got St Lawrence
it
fast
does
approaching.
it does get harder having kids betting. Like, there's so many like, hurdles you got to cross.
Think about it. Likewise, Uncommon James and Freedom Rally drifting back as I wish I win now. Rolling forward is Magic Time around In Secret. 3 wide is Antino. Third last outside Espiona. Last of all is also Pinko. It's Uncommon James in front by length and a half. And second, Freedom Rally. Third, Think About It.
Magic
Fourth
Time
is
in the grey house.
Patina. A length and a half
needs
to
to cut-
Magic
needs to
Time.
cut
I wish
out.
I wins on the inside of In Secret. A long way
Will
back
be
is
interesting to see how tight Michael D rides here. He tries to keep him in a pocket.
Yeah.
Surely.
He knows I'm on I wish I win, no doubt, so he'll keep him locked up. Don't go up the fence, Luke. Don't even think about it. Don't. Here we go. You'll get out. Come on. Get your gap. Get your gap.
Oh.
Get your gap. There we go. Come on. Come on, Luke. Launch. Come on, Lukey boy.
Bella Nipotina.
Come on, Lukey. Not
Bella?
again, Bella. Not again. Come on, Luke. Come on, Luke. Go. Not again. Go. 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 Yes.
Wow, they cleared out. In Secret, a pretty good third there for a horse. First up, doesn't like heavy. Well, doesn't like the...
I love Bella, but she cost me a fortune last start by nutting him on the line, so...
There's a late $200 bet on I Wish I Win from Racing Rant. Their better result was definitely Think About It. They dived for a $500 bet late there. Yeah, for all honours. And Luke gets the job done to silence the knockers. Good result for Trumby.
One for the good guys.
Do you reckon the missus will be on social media? I'm tipping so. I'm tipping she's composing the tweet as we speak.
At Marc Chittick. Should be back-to-back Group 1s.
Old Trumby.
What's the caption going to be? Luke worth a length?
Unreal.
Lost by this far last start. What's he won by this start? A long neck.
Gee, Donny's horse, your horse went super there at Freedom Rally, Donny. It's flying, isn't it? And Antino. It's gone good. Stuck on.
He's no hope of getting in now, Donny.
Gone good, but ran fourth when I backed it each way, so it's about standard.
You can't be too hard on yourself. That's the strongest field he'll probably ever race against. Raced against 3 proper horses. I know that's no consolation to you now.
Nah, it's absolutely flying. I wish it kind of didn't go to this race because you would have been able to back it in a
something else. Yeah.
Launch on it, even in the Stradbroke, we got to run.
Okay.
It raced last weekend, didn't it? Mr. Kick and Nelly won.
God, she's honest.
Yes.
That does suggest that the like with Bella Nipotina, she was sort of under that cloud. It does suggest that the track's pretty heavy there if she's running like that. Huh?
The jockeys were saying how wet it was.
Yeah.
So
she's a ripping horse though. Like what a globetrotter. Like,
unreal.
As a 6-year-old or 7-year-old mare or whatever she is, she's been to 4 states this preparation. Like just a phenomenal horse and a phenomenal training preparation. Like
to keep it up. Yeah.
Like Kieran's just a freak.
Yeah.
But you've got to have the horse to do it as well. Like on your Trumby.
Here's your moral of the day, St Lawrence.
Yes. Now we just go again, huh? Have a bit more on. Don't call me a moron. On your Trumby.
Yeah, the way the race just panned out, it was perfect for him, wasn't it? I Wish I Win.
I was still hesitant once he had to knock Magic Time out of the way because some horses don't pick up again.
Yeah. Balls of steel ride.
Well, St Lawrence time.
So interesting here. So we got John Mcleod, 7,320. Anthony Don 5,485. Racing Rant are down to an even 3,000. Again, they've got Cairns and Bow Desert to come. They have started betting in the Derby. They've got a couple of open bets there. They're betting around. They're betting a couple of roughies here. Moonlight Magic is one of theirs. Saban is another one. All $100 best of the best bets, and Navy King.
How's John MACBET's turnover going?
Yeah, well,
remember he got me like
I'll have to.
last year.
Yeah.
With the non-turnover, he beat me. I'm carrying him up to the mark now.
I know. I was just about to ask Tristan and see where he's at, but it could force him into a bit of an error. I'll do the accounting and make sure that everyone's up to scratch and give a little update there and bump everyone to see what the tallies are at. So nothing out on the table for Donny yet in the next, and also nothing on the table there from Walt or John Mcleod. So boys are
Frosty's got this in a good spot.
plotting their strategy. Yeah, it's in the Aussie Kia colours, isn't it?
Yeah, good horse. He's got the same sort of progression as a horse like Gringotts, I reckon. They've backed it off here. They've backed it right off here. Dashing will give a good kick. They've backed it for a stack, this thing. They also backed St Lawrence though. Just be mindful, Frosty.
Caddy Coleman got a bit of midriff showing.
Yeah.
You know, Cat.
Frosty.
Something
Got pony.
Something for Metro.
I'm on. Oh, please. Release the shackles, son.
Let down.
Come on.
Let down.
Let down.
Let down.
Come on, Frosty.
Let down.
Come on, Frosty. Gotta get past him. Come on.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Is that,
you're
is that
kidding.
dashing?
Yep, the leader kept kicking.
Wow. God.
That was weak.
God, he can bob up dashing, can't he?
Gave him a picnic.
Unbelievable horse dashing when they're trying. And play games. They play games with that horse. Jesus, Moonamek, something licked there in behind him in the Nick Ryan colours. Look at that on the replay.
Didn't have a hell of a lot of
Mate,
room,
locked away. 20s into $14. Look at it, still gone. Cactus. Oh no. Oh, Hutchie.
Oh,
He would be
on the floor.
Oh my God. I didn't pick it up the first time I watched it, but then saw it bloody. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's a moral beater. I think it's a moral beating. I don't know where it started, how far the interference started, but just couldn't get out. It was just in the locker for the last 200-300 metres or something. Oh my God. Poor old bloody Hutchie. Wow. It's just a cruel game sometimes, this. Oh, it's a crook. John Mcleod. He's turned over 3,400. Donny.
Fucking dashing. Yeah. Well, you got two cheap splits. You got two 12-5 sectionals in a 1,400 metre race. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Mate, you're not allowed to swear on the show.
What a world.
I'm joking.
What a world.
It's nearly probably nearly beer o'clock for you.
Oh. Far out. Oof. It's nothing worse after you have one good bet, win, then you have another good bet and it gets beat. You just feel cheated. Oh, well.
What
do you do?
Cairns Race 5 is the next one that the Racing Ramp boys have got going. So it's race 5, number 2, and it's under the limit. It's a $2.50 favourite at Top Sport. There's 2 horses right in the market here. Wigo's horse 4 Door is $2.30, and then under the limit is $2.50. So market says racing 2 at Cairns, and T Button for Jay Edwards.
Good combination.
All the other way around.
Bloody dashing. What a maligned horse he is.
Racing Rant 300 on Tannhauser. And then they've just specced a couple of roughies here, Moonlight Magic Saban and Navy King. So they've backed 3 roughies. And it looks like Donny's peppering away here. He likes the favourite, Autumn Angel. Something small on first innings. And John Mcleod's yet to bet. I'm tipping he'll be a yard job. And John Walter's sort of, I think he's going to, he mentioned on the show he's going to bet around Autumn Angel as well. So this will be the clincher, I think, this race.
Yes, certainly will be. Far out.
There it is there.
Dead set. Like, here, I'm like, this is going to win by 3.
Yeah, just tanked up, didn't
Far
it?
out.
Look at that. Last 300 metres, Moonamek.
Yeah. Oh, he's a moral lick, but at the same stage, like St Lawrence also looks like he's going to put freaking 3 on it.
He obviously didn't see a run.
They've gone that slow that it's probably flattered Moonamek, but he is probably something licked. They go faster, like,
Dick.
you know what I mean? Like sometimes the slower they go when they're in behind, it can be over-exaggerated a little bit. But still credit to him. Far out. In Secret's paid $3 to place. She went for a proper bath late, didn't she?
Look at this is Moods. I wish I win. Look at Cat Coleman's in the background, jumping up and down. Moods. He's
probably thinking, beautiful, another $500,000 jumping in the skyrocket.
Oh, he's airborne. John Walter. So we've got about 13 minutes to Cairns, and then we've got a good half an hour to Eagle Farm. We might just take a little bit of a break. We might have just a 5-minute pit stop because I think we're going to struggle for too many breaks for the rest of it. The whips are going to start cracking pretty hard in the last sort of hour and a bit. So we'll see you guys in about 7 minutes time or 5 minutes time, and then we'll come back and we'll see how the Ramp boys go at Cairns Race 5 with number 2 there under the limit. So we'll see you soon. Welcome back to the Queensland Carnival here. It's Queensland Derby Day. We've got the Winter King semi-finals rolling, and it's an interesting looking leaderboard with John Mcleod at $7,320 with that $200 bet on Roll On High, which is a great result for his investors. Donnie's sitting at $4,510. The Racing Rant boys are about to have a run-and-go round at Cairns, so they're sitting on 3,500 there, and Big Red Johnny Walters down at $1,200, so he needs to find a way to come over the top here. But 15 minutes until the Derby, we can quickly look at the speed map and start to talk about the race, because Cairns is still 5 minutes away there. It's a funny race because there's a lack of tempo, and usually it's a mad dash to that first turn. So I expect this not to be probably the most accurate of the speed maps. He's done a great job thus far, John Mcleod, but Navy King's the logical leader. And then what happens with Gold Bullion being from the Waterhouse Yard? You assume that it might go forward, and then there's a host of horses that I think might settle a bit closer. Horses like Shy Guy, Encoder, Bullets High, all capable, and wouldn't surprise if they're up sort of pestering the leader or just sitting at his girth. Autumn Angel, again, I feel like a bit of a broken record, really. Autumn Angel is another one of these short favourites, hard in the market, and then drawn in the fence, in and along the fence. So we just saw how good it was with Luke Nolan in that small field. He was able to angle his way off the fence to find the good going for I Wish I Win, and that was probably the difference in sort of winning and losing. This is a much bigger field, so I'm not sure Marc Zahra will have that luxury. Given the big field, he might be severely penned away. So whether she can build a revs enough through that, that 6 to the 400 mark, where it's been pretty hard to make ground if you're on the sort of the fence or sort of one off. It'd be fascinating to see how he weaves his way through the field there. But bigger field, bit bigger challenge, I would have thought. Then you got horses that, Son of X probably going to be out the back. He'll be trying to conserve energy. He might be a run short. Warrior to Warrior was super last time. And then you got the Kiwi horse, First Innings, Moonlight Magic's another query runner. And then a runner like Saban. I know John Mcleod's got this mapped a fair way back, but it's a horse that would not surprise me. They sort of took a hold of it in the Navy King race, but it actually jumped quite cleanly. So I wouldn't be shocked if Saban actually goes forward and looks for a bit of a position. And you've got Jamie Carr on it as well. So she's likely to go more forward, or could roll the dice there. And then a horse like Warmonger, he's got a big sprint on him. He's already been out and trip in the SA Derby, but he's going to get that clear air. So Blake Shin takes the ride there, and will he try and sit a little bit closer? It's a fascinating derby, and there's two schools of thought. And for you, it's all about Autumn Angel.
Yeah, I've got on the proviso that I'm having a smaller bet on Warmonger as well, because I've got the thought that I've seen this before, and I don't have the stat handy on me, but Shinny's got a knack of horses being that a slower way. He's been able to get them to jump a little bit. Perfect example, a Tissue in the race that she won, was at the Champion Stakes back in the spring. He's got just a knack of being able to get horses to improve their barrier manners and being able to jump and put themselves in a bit better of a position. And I think Warmonger might be able to get to midfield or something like that. I'm hoping. Hopefully he doesn't have too much work to do, but yeah, I do think Autumn Angel is the class. If she gets the breaks go her way, well, it could be all over at the 300. She's got panels on them, and I think her form's far superior than her rivals here. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Warmonger run a good race, and I've had something on him as well.
Yeah, I'd probably keep him a winner. Warmonger, definitely. He's a horse to my eye that will absolutely truck through this going. He's bred to handle the wet. Shin's got to know him, which is a big positive. There's a few horses here that I think the market's missed. For me, Autumn Angel, I'd probably rate her more of a $4 chance, especially being in the wrong part of the track. I know Walt mentioned earlier that he sort of had a pegged at around the $5 quote. I thought, yes, Saban or Saban, if you didn't read his breeding, you'd say that he was going to eat up, and he was really looking for this 2,400 metres. He sat 3 wide on that hot tempo, and I know Navy King sort of booted clear, but he didn't stop chasing that horse. He'd probably had enough on the line, and through the line, he turned off pretty quickly. But I'm not sure. Like, I'm not 100% sure that with the 2400 with him, and the breeding sort of like puts me off slightly. I'm just not sure that the Seamus Award breed get to that 2400 metres. A horse like First Innings got a lot of time for this horse. If it didn't have Jim Byrne on it, I think you'd be taking a shorter price about it. I sort of thought it was more about of an $11 chance, but there has been some talk that the wet track is not really what it's looking for. Bullet's High doesn't know that he's a racehorse yet, I don't think. I think Joe Pride says that he's a dopey bugger. I think the best thing for Tyler Schiller to do would be to push him forward as well. He wouldn't shock me if you're looking for a 40 to 1 winner. Johnny Mcleod joins us from the yard.
Yes, mate.
Parade.
Interesting. Autumn Angel just walking around like a pussy cat. Solid sort of horse. You don't put it down to it on the bid horse, that's for sure. A lot of these horses are really lightly framed things. You wouldn't pay 2 cents for them, really. They're at a sale, but they're 2400 metre types. They've got no arts on them, no nothing sort of thing, and they'll go through this sort of type of going. But Autumn Angel is, it's looking horse, but whether and it has got over 2400. Just a matter of that gate, inside there. Moody's flying. Just talking to Desmond Forsman. She said they've all worked their house down. All these horses. So I expect it to go very close. 10,000, typical done deal. Little stumpy little thing. 2400. I'm a little bit doubtful about it. Warmonger, nice scoot. For you, looks well. Nothing wrong with it. Sort of glowing in the coat. It's quite good. There's a horse here that I thought had a hope. Felix the Scat. I've thrown $50 on it for the syndicate. I would have had more on it, but he's a bit of a chunky horse, and he doesn't really look like a 2400 metre horse. So I'm scared, but he's going to be $70-$80 sort of thing. And if it wins, I'll just tear the joint down if I didn't have anything on it. I expect this to win, Autumn. You just got to ride it right, get to the right part of the track somehow. But it's going to be 2400 metre races. They've got plenty of time to get to the outside.
Yeah,
it's just like what Wish I Win did. He just rode it perfect, got to the outside. I think I sent a message on the chat there. That's what they were going to do. They were going to ride it quiet and come to the outside. So I think that's what they'll be trying to do here: get off the fence as quick as they can.
Yeah. And I think, I don't know, I think it might be just a different scenario now that it's got a bit bigger field. It was a little bit easy with the smaller field for Nolan to make that move. Be interesting to see if they try and pin her away.
It's possible, but, these big fields, sometimes they start, something takes off and there's no speed and it spreads them out. And,
fan on the bend.
It's just a late scratching in the last race to Kira.
Yeah.
Scratch.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm really putting all my faith in Marc Zara here and just hoping that he rides it right, because I had it $1.80. I know everything's sort of fair and square. I made it 220 sort of thing just because of the gate. But how do you know how much to take off these bloody things when they're in the wrong part of the track? That's the problem. But
she looks a
I'm happy to throw. Looks, she's a nice mare, but whether she's a 2400 metre mare, but she's proved it.
Yeah.
On type, he's really not, but he's proved it.
Right.
You back yours, mate, Warmonger, because it does look good.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's it just, to my eye, just looks like it's going to eat up more. It is going to eat up the ground, and even the conditions. It should favour it as well. But thanks for the report, Johnny, and good luck.
Good as gold. Cheers, Luke.
Outstanding stuff. So big tick of approval. Interesting that he's got it so short, $1.80. So two schools of thought. You're either chips in it or you're looking for ways to beat it. So looking at John Mcleod, he's had 800. best of 3 totes with SP on Autumn Angel. Then he's had $50 on Felix the Scat, which is outside the market there. It's a bit of a bolter. It's a $71 chance, which is a horse that sort of half came on my radar as well. I could definitely entertain that if you're looking for first fours or top threes. But yeah, the only other roughie that I thought was interesting was Encoder. Gets a weight turnaround from getting beaten by first innings, and they just sort of sent him forward, and I thought it was a pretty honest effort with 60 kilos last time. Now gets back to set weights. If you like a horse like first innings, you probably have to have something small each way on Encoder. I think he ran a pretty good race at the Gold Coast one day against the older horses, so he's always been I think he's just a bit underrated, this Encoder from the Lee Freeman yard.
Yep.
So, yeah, I've seen worse 100-to-1 shots go around, but just going through a couple of the boys' bets here. Looks like the Racing Ramp boys got rolled at Cairns, so no love for their multis there. So they've only got one more leg at Bow Desert in the next to go through. Tannhauser's a bet for those guys, 300. Bob, they've got 100 on Moonlight Magic, 100 on Saban, and then Navy King. Looking at Donny's action, he's had 900 on Autumn Angel, so he's thinking the favourite way. He's had 75 on first innings. And looking at John Walters' betting action, he's had a small bet on Bullets High at $33. Oh, he's had $33, sorry, at Best Tote. He's had 200 best the best on first innings, and he's backed Moonlight Magic. He's had 100 there, and Bullets High 166, and Warmonger he's had 500 at best the best. So Warmonger's one of the better results for him, and obviously John Mcleod's given it a massive push from the yard. Warmonger, so good to see he's handled the travel well from coming back across from Adelaide. So fascinating race.
Yeah, I just wish Warmonger drew a little bit better. But yet again, he's also got to be able to hold a position if he was to draw a gate. He hasn't really been given super rides, but he also hasn't really shown being able to hold a position either. But I don't know, I'm pretty confident that Autumn Angel, if she's anywhere near her best is a bit better than these, so fingers crossed. He's an interesting one. He's sort of his own worst enemy a little bit, Warmonger. He can get on the chewy. They tried blinkers. They took him back off. Maybe the Adelaide run's the best thing for him, just to take the edge off.
Yeah, just take the edge off him. So it'd be interesting to see how he settles too. And I think that's the other thing. I worry if Shin gives him a dig, I don't know if he'd sort of get away from him, which is got to be a massive concern. Like a horse like that, he's fizzed up before, and yeah, it's going to be a fascinating first 400 metres here to see who takes it up, because they can't give Navy King a picnic up in front. I wouldn't have thought.
No. But I'm happy to have Zara on Autumn Angel anyway.
Market likes it though. She's pretty firm. This favourite.
I'm not surprised. I think her price is fair enough.
Yeah, you're a big fan of her.
Oh, she's just got the runs on the board. Half these horses, you don't know if they're going to run 2,400 metres at this level or at all. She's beaten, like the fillies have been better than the boys throughout the carnivals. So
one too many times at the well, like that's the other thing. Come to end of the prep, not by the way she parades, says John Mcleod.
Moods doesn't get these ones wrong too often.
Yeah, he was remarkably bullish last start. He wouldn't hear of her getting beat last start.
No. he said on his podcast, he used old Ross McDonald's line about "I wish I win." So hopefully he's probably gone to the bank to borrow another house, and he's probably got 3 houses after "I wish I wins" one today. But yeah, when Moods is bullish, he's a straight shooter. He doesn't normally talk shit. But yeah, the way I look at it, she's got 2 kilos less than the rest of them, and most of the rest of them. She's the best horse in the race, and I can see her going on to Caulfield Cups and being competitive in races like that. I don't see horses like the ones in behind her going on to races like that and being competitive.
Hong Kong usually cherry pick a couple of the good horses out of this anyway, don't they? They usually they love this race.
Yep.
Late maturing.
Yeah, well, she definitely won't go, but a few of the boys are potentially, yeah. The ownership group that didn't want to sell Kovalika would be ruining their socks, wouldn't they?
Oh, he's got heaps, hasn't he? Nev Morgan. It's a frustrating bloody conveyance, isn't he?
He doesn't need the money, so that's why they don't sell. But he's been a frustrating horse, Kovalika. So they've persisted with him to run it a mile, and it looks like it's possibly the undoing.
All right, about to jump. And whirlpool factor too with this tote.
You're probably getting a touch better prices for horses today because J-Mac's not riding. The Hong Kong punters just love smashing J-Mac's horses now.
Sick for him. Yeah, so 2 races to go. I had a quick look at the turnover figures too. So prior to the Derby, RANT had turnover 4,000, 3,300 Donny, MACBET 3,500, and then Walt 3,500. So they're all sort of in play.
Yep.
Just check for any late business here. Warmonger, the best way for John Walter. Tanton. Pretty even book for Racing RANT.
All in, field of 18, gate 1.
Donny wants Autumn Angel. So does John Mcleod. Navy King.
Also, Navy King is up there. First innings.
Bullets High.
Bullets High going forward.
Yeah, no surprise there. Keep going. You've got to keep going there. Chill you could be on a wing here, son. Get across.
Don't tell me she's
all sweet. You should be sweet there. Bullets High.
Keep going forward. Get in, Shinny. Don't be it. Look at Jim Byrne being a He's going to get in.
Walt's had 200 on Bullets High, so he's in play.
Oh, this horse kick up and now Shinny's 3 wide. Let him in.
Oh my God.
Let him in. Oh no. Who is this thing? Oh, that's a $151 shot.
Is it?
James Ormond. You wouldn't read about it. Dead set wouldn't read about it.
It's so small, those horses. I need to go closer.
What are you doing? Typical James Ormond doing it.
Just in behind those horses there is first innings over on the outside of Tannhauser.
Simon's horse just might keep bloody going, this thing. Is that Willow on Navy King?
Yeah. Channeling their pride of Jenny.
Warmonger's got to do the carting up with Bullets High. Here comes Jimbo Byrne.
Autumn Angel needs galloping room.
He hasn't asked for it yet though. Like a few of these are sort of bloody. Oh, there's going to be a few fall in a lap or not? What's happening here? He's trucking Warmonger, but here they come.
Has the bird flown for Zaz?
So I think Warmonger's just going to keep going, won't he?
Zaz is throwing the kitchen sink at her to get her up there, but Warmonger's the one, surely.
Here comes Felix the Scat for John McLeod.
Go on, Shinny, you deserve it.
Go, Shinny. How did you get him so close? I missed the start.
Look where that fucking...
I tell you,
look where that $151 shot is.
I'd love to see John Walter. He'd be pulling his pants off on the kick stream. He's had a monkey on it. He's back in play, Walt. Oh, Jesus. Cross to John Walter, please. Where are you, Walt? SOS. Have you got your pants off? Have you got him off? Scooty's camel. Look at John McLeod, the place. Felix the Scat. That's paid $20 the place.
Has he had anything each way?
I can't hear you, Johnny. I can't hear you.
What do you want? What do you want?
Have you got your pants on?
You're lucky I just put my pants on in time.
Mate, the camel, the fastest humper, as tipped on Bet Doctor.
I thought it was a great ride, just hunting it up there, and then James Orman trying to shaft it for 800 metres, and then it just putting 10 on it.
Dead set. Me and Scoot were saying, what the hell is this thing doing? It still hasn't finished, mind you.
What about the trifecta? Anyone get that?
Someone.
I think we had first and second. Anyone Quinella it up? Holy shit.
Oh,
John McLeod will be on the floor.
Played the duet. They were all telling me to play the duet because it had 1.7 billion in the pool.
we could have got the trifecta because it was all mentioned. No one
Everyone's
had
there.
I was getting a bit nervous for you, Walt.
What about?
Well, it was just, you were down.
Wasn't going to win by far enough.
He loves it. 1,200 metres.
Anyone else back it?
Sorry, the 1,200 in chips.
Yeah, I was on. I had the 2-bet play.
No, Scooty on. He's asking about the comp, but
I care about you clowns. I care about the other 3 clowns.
Nada. No one listened to us from the Bet Doctor show, Walt.
So I've got past JM.
You'd be close.
And I've still got to turn over another 800 or something.
Yeah.
We might go to Bow Desert in the last.
You.
Back the leader.
Yeah.
All right, we're alive. You can go away now.
What's that?
I've got to formulate my plan for the last race. I've got to talk to my kick people.
Okay, well done. Well, there you go. The defending champion just flexes the muscles in the big race. So, is he out yet, Zara, on Autumn Angel? Oh. God, that was an ugly, non-event, sick watch.
Yeah, that was a forgive file.
But would it have mattered?
No, it's purely hypothetical and we'll never know. But the way Warmonger went, she might not have beaten him anyway. But he deserved that, Warmonger. I don't think you're going to look back and go, well, he was a horrible winner of the race. He's got a bit of scope in the spring, and yeah, it's a good training performance, and they finally get some riches for their hard work. A
little bit of a Marc Lambon pop like Pearl, and you sort of alluded to it too. The horse that you like, Autumn Angel, had been to 2,400. This horse, 2,500 metre, had the box ticked, and it looks like that run's just cleaned him out. Then obviously B Shin has absolute nailed it.
And the fact that what I alluded to in the preview about Shinny getting horses to go forward, and that's exactly what happened. He's just a freak at doing it. Getting
them out of the gates and turning them off.
That's all he did, and as you said, the horse was still he was still soft for him. He didn't fizz up, and yeah, he's just an awesome addition back to Australian racing, Blake Shinnon. I'm so glad, especially being a Victorian, that I get to be able to back him a lot. And it would have been a travesty if he went somewhere else when he come back from Hong Kong. But he's just gone from strength to strength since he's been back, and just crazy, unbelievable. What a ride! And mind you, he sat 3 wide for nearly the entire. Whether they were going so hard, but he's still done all the donkey work. He carted them all up and still won by so far.
And Donkey licked them.
Yeah, and smacked them.
Yeah, made a mess of them, didn't he?
Fantastic.
Yeah, great effort and great result for the OTI team.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, going enormous. Wow. All right, that's Let's turn the competition on its head, and it was always going to be the way, I guess. It was going to be a polarising race, back favourite or bet around it, and yeah, let's update these totals and get back to the run. So it looks like poor old Johnny Mcleod to be kicking himself. He's had nothing the slot, 20 to 1 the slot. Felix the Scat. He's sitting on 6,470, John Mcleod. And it looks like John Walter, once we have a look at what was the best price they bet here. $11.
The trifecta's paid 10,000. Oh my god!
So John Walter's now new chip leader. So he's sitting at 6,700. Weight's just been just gone through there, and it's $3,548 is racing RANT, and they've got 3 multis. We're going to be able to calculate these shortly. They got some multis running through Bow Desert, which is about to jump here, and it's just got a bit soft actually. This horse, Head Melody, race 8, number 11. So they will be definitely sweating on this result. They've had a couple of bets. I don't think the collects are going to be big enough to really propel them much further. The horses are just a little bit too short here, so they might pass the $4,000 mark. They'll be somewhere in the $4,000 range, and so that'd mean that Walt will still be chip leaded regardless of the result. I'd say at Bow Desert. So yeah, well, the 2 grand finalists from last tournament, they're chip leading, and it also all comes down to these last couple of races, or this last race at Eagle Farm. So Curvolante is in the market, Comrade Rosa, Facile, Bazik, Grey River. Fascinating contest here, and some really funny draws too, because Comrade Rosa, pinned away fence, run on type, and then yeah, you got a horse like Facile drawn 1 and Curvolante first up. God, you want to be screwed down and rock hard fit, and what you assume Curvolante's going to be pushing on to the Tats Tiara. So
well, as we touched to, she still holds a nomination for a Stradbroke
and the Straddy.
So I think it's 2 very good options. I wouldn't be going to a Stradbroke if she was mine, but I think you can go to a Tats Tiara against the girls. But like also if you're in secret, that's you wouldn't worry about going to a Stradbroke. Just go straight to the Tats Tiara, wouldn't you? Just pick that up on the way home before the spring. 1400's in her wheelhouse. She went real good today. She's not going to see Bella or I Wish I Win. Yeah, Tats Tiara. So that looks like the perfect race for her.
First 4, the first 4's paid 161,000. So hopefully someone's taken it.
Well, they were all mentioned in the preview. We spoke about all the horses.
Yeah, they're in the half a dozen horses that the boys back. So hopefully there's something there. But yeah, the balances that you see on the screen are correct. So at this stage, it's John Walter and John Mcleod, and we'll get some updated turnover figures that now they've resulted. And all comes down to this.
What's the last race going to be, Scooty? Is it going to be Eagle Farm, or you go to Cairns after that?
Oh, I think we'll go. I think it'll be the last at Eagle Farm.
Yep, sweet.
Yep. Yeah, 4:30. I think that's us done and dusted. So
sweet, mate.
Oh, Walt, hey, Bolt from the blue.
Can't believe we haven't had something on the trifecta.
I'll just get I'll get some updated turnover figures so you guys know exactly what you're dealing with. But I don't think any of you guys are in any trouble anyway. It's all pretty close. Just got to try and find the winner, Donny. this is the other trick too. Like now that you chip leader, your strategy sort of it sort of changes a little bit.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah. Walt go into defensive mode a little bit, and then everyone's got to try and run him down. Like it's a bloody handy lead.
So the boys need this one at Bow Desert, don't they?
Yeah, but I think that it's not a huge result for them. I don't think it's a big enough result.
Have they gone and topped it up and had some more on or not?
Yeah, they have actually. They've just pushed a bet through of $548 best of 3 totes and SP on Hidden Melody here. God, that was emphatic. It's an interesting one, John Mcleod. Like he couldn't have been more confident. I would have thought from the yard, and I'm a little bit surprised that he hasn't backed it himself. Like he just died with the favourite a little bit.
Yeah. Gee, Frosty Lane hasn't had a good day at Caulfield, has he?
Yeah. Turnover figures are fine here. So we've got Walt's turnover $4,505 and $5. The Racing Ramp boys are all sweet. They're over because they've just backed Hidden Melody, so they're at $4,900. Donnie's at $47 and $80, and then John McLeod's at $43.50. So he's going to have to turn over at least $700 in the last.
I've plonked a bit on at Bow Desert here.
Oh, here we go.
I've backed the 8 Atomic Selfie to win, and I've kind of half chopped on the 7 Top Bird, and I've had a kind of the same race multi, top 2, top 3. So I'm betting around the Ramp Boys horse just for the sake of it. I thought Atomic Selfie trailed nicely and all its best forms on the wet. So hopefully that the favourite doesn't find the top. Maybe Top Bird holds it out, and Atomic Selfie can come over top.
Sure.
The Apprentice on the favourite is a gun. He's one to watch in the next 12 months or so. Jace McMurray.
Yeah, so 700 best tote SP Atomic Selfie, and then 200 at 390 on Top Bird there. And your same game multi 300 at 580, top 2, top 3. Good stuff. Who would have thought? Bow Desert.
It would have been good if the poly track was on. And the turnover would have been through the roof.
You are sick for the poly. Completely sick. And that's still game on here, and we probably won't display any of the bets until super late here. The last 3 minutes, we'll start reading out the bets. So to make it fair on everyone, we'll be keeping them quiet, and then we won't be putting it onto the stream. So I think everyone can agree that that's fair enough. We'll watch this race at Bow Desert, and then update the balances, have a look at the speed map, and we'll start to unpick the last Eagle Farm. But where are we here?
Making the favourite work outside the lead.
Yep.
He's found the top now, has he? Not yet.
Still hasn't crossed. Atomic Selfie, my horse is hunting 4th on the rails.
Yep. Got horse?
Just got to get out.
Got to get a run. Locked up.
Get out.
Leader's still travelling okay.
Maybe a chance if it gets going now.
Too far back, isn't it? Oh.
Hope.
How much?
Going to stop. Leader's going to stop. Leader's going to stop.
Go on,
Leader's
Donnie.
going to stop.
No, outside.
Oh, down the outside. Get it. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Feet on the post.
Fuck. That's just getting held up just cost it, didn't it?
Oh, didn't it ever?
That's brutal. Is that Frankie?
Oh,
that is disgusting.
that's crook.
For Donny there. That's a sick one. That would have just catapulted him. Gosh. Yeah, that's brutal. He'd be right at their heels there.
Mm.
Whew, bugger. Yeah, that was a $3,500 collect there for Donny. So he's going to have to pluck something either at Cairns or he's going to have to find something at Eagle Farm. But we shall see. All right, let's have a look at the speed map for the last race here. Yeah, real interesting race. The Helen Coghlan. The leader's going to be Facile. It should boot up from its inside draw, barrier 1, and hold out Bazik, who looked across. Revolutionary Miss is the horse that John Mcleod made a case for early in the show. What's it do from there? Probably has to take a sit off that speed, I would have thought. You got a horse like Curvalant. I'm not sure that Blake Shin will be wanting to go anywhere near that fence. Obviously, these were done at the start of the day. I'd assume that he'll be probably 2 or even 3 wide with cover in the running line. B Shin with Curvalant. And Comrade Rosa, I thought she was a great run first up. She's had 28 days between runs. She brings that Antino form. Last prep, she was just completely airborne, and he's just unlocked this mare, Tony Gollan, and it's gone to a whole new level for him. Ex-John O'Shea, she was super. Like, she was running massive races behind horses like Lady Laguna, and this race is right in her wheelhouse, I would have thought. Does she like a real heavy track? Not sure, but she has a couple of wins on sort of a soft 6, but I'm not sure she wants it bottomless. So it'd be interesting to see tactics there, because she'd definitely be pinned away. It's a nice little crescendo, this one, and then you've got the rising sort of star, this Curvalant, who looks super, and sort of 1,200-1,400 metres is right in her wheelhouse. And I'm not sure, like, it was obviously a long time ago, 200 days almost since 1,000 guineas win. When you look at that Jolly Star form, Komochi, they've gone enormous. Skybird, she was over there in a Goodwood. Yep. So I'm just not sure that 1,600 was her outer limit. Yeah. But 1,200 metres first up, if she screwed down, you'd think this would be in her wheelhouse. And Gord sort of suggests that the stable think that she's at the mark. I'd be interested to see what John Mcleod says from the yard. What were your thoughts on this race?
Yeah, well, I was keen to see sort of how Cor Volant presents in the yard. She's definitely probably the class, and we've already spoken multiple times today about what her aspirations potentially are for races past today. So you'd expect her to be winning a race like this if she's going to go on to better races that she holds nominations for. But I think Bazik might give a bit of cheek up on speed as well. She doesn't mind the cut in the track, so she went super last start. So yeah, that was sort of the horses that I was sort of working around. But yeah, I didn't really have too firm of an opinion on the race.
Yeah, it's I sort of wanted to find Comrade Rosa. I just thought the first up record, or the first up run, was just a bit of a trial. But yeah, I was sort of immediately drawn to it. And if she had an outside gate, I'd definitely make her a bit. Have we got one of the RANT boys here?
I'm here, Scoot.
Good. How are you?
Yeah, fantastic, mate. It's been it's been a profitable afternoon for the joint, only marginally. But anyway, it's all about this last race. And guess what I'm going to do?
You're going all in.
I'm not even going to bet, mate. I'm not even going to bet. I'm just going to hold on to my stack and hope the others try and blast out and make a mistake. So that's going to be my angle at the moment, unless something pops up on the screen that disagrees with me. I'm not sure.
You're trying to throw off. The last person that threw off got banished from Sydney.
Yeah. That's true. No, yeah, obviously we're going to be backing some horses in the last race because
Can't say who.
we want to make a profit. The thing is, I'll be love to be up and just sort of like make small investments in this race, but because you know what I mean, we want to make a profit for the boys, and we've found a couple of decent bets here, and we're reasonably comfortable with them. Saying that, I mean, if I had to listen to your advice, we'd be sitting pretty. But you know, you can lead a horse to water, but sometimes you can't make it drink. So my thing is, I mean, I ended up taking all those odds on Think About It, which in theory was a bad bet. I mean, not for this joint, but I mean, personally myself, when it got out to $7, I started backing it. I kind of sort of regret that a little bit, but you know, and then I should have marked down the inside draw for Steffi Magnetica more than I did, which, you know, I could have made better decisions there. And I should have hedged on Roll On High, which great work by Mr. Mcleod. That was really good work, mate.
I've just gotten over that, Gordo. Thanks for bringing it back up.
yeah, it's just one of those ones where it was like sort of like an easy hedge around those odds, and you know, you're umming and ahhing, and then you decide one way or the other. And then also I was umming and ahhing about how much to have on I Wish I Win. I didn't know that the separation of the field was going to happen the way it did, and therefore allow it from barrier 1 to get to a lovely part of the track and extend. So, you know, we think about it. We think about it, but no, it's been a profitable day.
Luke tuned into the live stream and just heard what he had to do, just get it to the outside, and away she went.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I'm not normally backing Nolan to do stuff like that either, but
he just had to trust the horse, and that's what he did.
It was weird because, I mean, you know, when you line up its run in the Everest V, Think About Its run, you definitely have to say, I Wish I Win is a better horse.
Yeah, absolutely. But they just rode him too close last start, and he was probably in the inferior going. His ace up his sleeve is his turn of foot, and that's what Luke gave him the opportunity to do today, and you saw the best version of him. So,
yeah, well, the weird thing about that is, I mean, Steffi Magnetica went back even further on the inside.
Yeah.
And so when it did what it did, I was like, how do I handle I Wish I Win now?
Yeah.
We ended up having something on it and making a profit out of the race, but I really should have made that a good bet, thinking back on it. Anyway, this has been absolutely fantastic. It's so much fun, mate. It's so much fun. Win, lose, or draw, it's a lot of fun. And let's go for the last, because I'm assuming there's going to be some serious money invested here in this last race. And I've noticed the one that I've had the biggest bet on is considerably firming right now as we speak. And by the way, hey, what about one of those ones I had in the multi out wide there at Bow Desert that was $2.50 into $1.40?
Yeah.
And he couldn't even get the chocolates. It just... For everybody out there, it's just like, you know, sometimes the market's right. Well, a lot of the time the market's right, but not all the time. I mean, it was backed like it was unbeatable. We backed it like it was unbeatable, and it ended up running terrible.
Wasn't given much peace. It was niggled at the whole entire way.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like when they're paying that price and the prices you've actually taken, you still expect more.
Oh, exactly right. No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt at all.
And how are you guys going on the punt anyway? Nick, are you up after that big win on Just Folk, or what's go?
Oh yeah, I've had a solid day. I backed Just Folk. I did a little bit. I did a little bit in the Fred Best. I was fairly invested there, but yeah, I backed I Wish I Win, and I got my money back plus enough to buy a couple of beers later on Warmonger. So I had a really good bet on St. Lawrence, which was disappointing, but all in all, it's been a pretty good day.
Man, wasn't he going to win St. Lawrence? Oh. Seriously, man.
Damien Lane's had an absolute
I backed it too, Nick, and I'm just going, oh, this is just perfect.
Top of the straight looked like it was going to win by 3. I'm like, how far?
Yeah. And I thought there was enough evidence in that first up run in Sydney to suggest that it was back, and if it was back, it would have won that race. So I think we can confidently say now that that horse isn't back.
Yeah, I agree.
Look, out wide states have been really good, and Sydney was called off at the right time because I got the chance to back Franz Joseph, which is all right. What about you, Scoot? How are you going?
Yeah, well, I haven't had an opportunity to have many bets, which is probably a blessing in disguise. But Warmonger was the horse that I found in the Derby, so I had a good result with it. So I thought on breeding. I think I said it on Bet Doctor on Thursday. It was bred to eat mud, and I love that it had the edge sort of knocked off it.
At Eagle Farm, you're looking for strong horses, don't you? By the way, my Melbourne guy, Aaron, had marked Warmonger favourite, Scoot, so I should have sent that through to you, and maybe you would have found a few minutes up your sleeve between autos to have something on it.
Oh, no.
I'm going to blast out at Cairns here.
Oh, Donnie's back.
Oh, okay.
I've just top two the
oh my God.
second and third favourite. Win about 6,000, I think.
Wow, Donnie, I love this.
I had something on the sticks to win. The 6 and 2, I need to run in the top 3.
Specialty and Lady of Fortune, the 2 and the 6 at Cairns.
The two's the white horse.
Yep. There's 2 white horses.
Both
and the blue.
white.
White and the blue.
Got the 2 greys.
Oh, this is an easy cheer then.
And then it's on the wet too, so I think they're already paying out.
They're already paying out. That's fantastic.
The 2 greys down the outside. Just
the 4's
running
travel.
the top 3. The favourite's on the rail, and it's been a no-go zone there.
Yep. Just need the other thing to get on his back. Gone too early? The blue? The grey and the blue?
Another beer.
I think he's just trying to get a spot.
Yep. The other grey's coming.
Chance.
I'm worried that the grey and the blue with the red up's out of carrots.
Yeah, that's the one that's going to fuck it.
I think you're in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely gone.
Yeah, you need the orange to have a bloody coronary.
I've backed this outside grey to win. Gonna run second. Oh, get home!
Get there.
Go, Donnie!
Get there!
It's got 300 on it. Oh!
Keeps us a little bit of something to play with.
Yeah, there's another 1,500, so no damage done there. Round you go again.
Eagle Farm.
How'd you take it? 580 did you get?
Hey?
You got 580, did you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done, Donnie.
Well done. You live to fight another day.
So this is the last race. Let's be clear. Is this it?
Yeah, this is the last race.
I fucking hate this race.
It's a bit of a head scratcher. Okay, Racing Rant chips in, and looks like John Mcleod's bet. Looks like John Walter's bet.
Hold on, Skid. I thought I said that I wasn't betting in this race. I was just going to let everybody lose all their money.
Well, it has caught the attention of the YouTube comments.
It does come up 0, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's very funny. So I think it's good theatre. It's going to be a...
What are the lead? What's Walter and MACBET's bank up to?
Yeah, so they were at 6,700.
6,700 apiece.
Yeah, and then John Walter was 6,400.
So got to collect about 6,000 off this.
Yeah, and then the Racing Rant was 3,000.
Sweet. All right, I'll go do some damage.
Okay.
Okay, just before I leave, I'll give you the yard. and it is 4, 3, 12, 14.
4. Curvalant. 3. Bubble Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah. 12 is Miss Hellfire, and the last one 14. Physique.
14. Zeke.
So what's it you're kicking up for?
I know. Interesting. Oh, by the way, you got to stop ruining our prices, mate. Because we were going to back number. Well, okay, I won't say it, but we were going to have something on a really long shot in this race, and you've just gone and sniped all the top odds, mate. Come on. Holy hell. Talk about ruining your own chances of success. Sweet guys, I'll pop in after this race, about 5 minutes after this race, for a little bit of a recap, if that's all right.
Yep. Best of luck. Okay.
See you guys.
Thanks. All right. Well, I won't announce the amounts just yet, but the horses that Racing RANT have backed, Revolutionary Miss, Curvalant, and Made to Fit are the horses that they've backed. It looks like John Mcleod has backed Curvalant, Miss Hellfire, Physique, and Revolutionary Miss. John Walter is Curvalant, Chinny Boom, Physique, Facile, Hip Hip Hurrah, and Physique. So I've mentioned that one as well. And looking at Donny's action, Donny's backed Curvalant.
Comrade Race has gone for an absolute bath. At the 13 to 1.
Well, I think it's the first up factor, isn't it?
Second up, isn't it?
Yes. No, Curvalant.
No.
Which one? Which horse?
Comrade Rose has gone for a bath. 6 out to 13.
Map, what is it? Map off 28 days, is it?
Yep, $13 is a big price.
Crazy.
It's not going around naked for me.
Physique's bloody firm. Malwisha. Okay, gates loading. I think all the boys are in by now, so I will read out the amounts as the final horses tend to load. There's a couple of chips in jobs definitely here. Not surprising, the leaders have not necessarily bet up here. Walt's sort of betting in, $50, $150 notes. It's somewhat a similar story for John Mcleod. He's had 200s and hundreds on his things. And then I guess the knockout punch is definitely going to be Curvalant for Donny and Gordo. So we'll see how we go. So to recap, Racing RANT have had 2,500 on Curvalant. Revolutionary Miss they've had 400 on it. And they've had 100 on Made to Fit. John Mcleod's had 200 on Revolutionary Miss. He's had 100 on Physique. Miss Hellfire, he's had 200, and Curvalant, he's had 150 on. Donny's had $2,000 on Curvalant, and Walt is chipping around the edges on small bets on Curvalant, Facile, Hip Hip Hurrah, and Physique. He's had a bit of action there. Racing in the last, and good luck to everyone. straight to the front.
Over, followed by
Bezique.
Rock out wider, and then we've
Suspect
got Miss
he's gonna come a bit
Hellfire,
of pressure
followed
though.
by Militia,
Chinny Boom.
Volant, Revolutionary Miss, a length and a half to Esson, followed there by further
Range
back is
Rose is off
Pip
then.
Parra, second last is Aureus Angel, last of all is Blue Spinel, so Bezique in front, second it's Chinny Boom,
Good for
third
Seal.
the
It's just
outside,
quick then.
three
It's going
wide
backwards
Bubble
already.
Rock, followed by Grey River, made to fit Miss Hellfire,
If he's in the right
Rosa
ground, he
for
needs to get
Silas
out.
nearer the inside.
He's locked up a bit.
Revolutionary
Yeah,
Miss,
at least it's
over
behind
He's
his
locked up. He's got
files.
Revolutionary Miss.
Back behind those
Don't
and
go
Coe
inside,
Volant
stay
inside
out.
Made
the
to fit.
450.
They're going to take him into the race.
Front second is
I don't think it's going good enough.
The inside Grey River. Bubble Rock
Come on,
is out
Bezique, keep
wider,
kicking.
followed further back by Miss
Got to get
Hellfire.
out.
Come on, Bezique, keep kicking.
Limbing
Chinny
up on the
Boom.
outside of
Walt.
Bezique, and they're well clear at the moment. Bezique and Chinny
No,
Boom. Chinny
It's
Boom
it's
has
all
grabbed
too
the
late.
lead. They're cheering up in central Queensland. Look at it go.
Chinny Boom. John
She's
Walter.
back. Chinny Boom's won. Second Bezique, third Bubble
I think
Rock,
Walt's
followed
and he's look at his he's got the happy dance. Walt, and he's had a $17 winner to close out, and he had Bezique. It was a very easy watch for Walt. So big congratulations to John Walter there. I think that's enough.
For the battlers.
Not enough to get him across the line.
Clinton Taylor and Justin Stanley, 17.
Too good.
And 6
And
has won.
yeah, it's a wipeout job for
Stakes
Racing Rant. I think Walt's scooped the pool there
in a nudgy.
with
Same finals as last year.
MACBET needed Bezique there, but
I'm going to cut it off early. Sorry, there's just no more races left.
14 Bezique and 3 Bubble Rock.
I'll see you Monday.
On paces, Ronnie. Who made
it's the end of John Walter's
third and fourth, the American mare Bubble Rock.
kick stream by the sound of it. But congratulations, Walt. Massive finish. $11 chance. Had your nuts on the line there. 500 on Warmonger. Easy watch. And then, Chinny Boom.
She started favourite
Mate.
previously. Yep.
Mate, I hate to sound like Anthony Gardner and a complete wanker, so I won't say it. No, I was absolutely cast. Acting God, just trying to find horses up there on the speed that were going to stay out of trouble. That track looked like it was out of play, and it couldn't have gone much better than that. Poor old Curve Along got the blows late. There were a few weird drifts in that race, wasn't it? That's Comrade Rosa. Anyway.
for winning the Helen Cup.
What did they do? I don't even know what was going on. I just saw Racing Ramp was on zero and Gordo's big fat head was up there. I don't even know what they did.
Well, and then he tried to throw off. He said that they were just going to sit on their stack, but he did the complete opposite. So they went chips in Curve Along, 2,500. They had 400 on Revolutionary Miss, and then they had $100 on Made to Fit. It was a similar story for Donny. He went in for with Curve Along. He's also had a bit of a Hail Mary, same Raymond's Multi, Miss Hellfire and Aureus Angel were his other bets. So he's gone, he chips in. But it was a pretty easy watch for you when he just got locked in on Curve Along, and it was race over and just missed the boat completely.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it was all too late, unfortunately. She's probably got out to a big price in the end, Chinny Boom, but anyway.
Shutting this thing down. Not going to confuse everyone.
Yeah, so I think that's the final bank balance as well definitely for John Mcleod. So it's $5,820. The other boys have gone nude, so complete strip out there for them. And then Walt, your Chinny Boom, what'd you have? $75 on it.
I've got no idea.
Yeah, so I think you'll roughly land near the $7,000 mark. So great returns for your investors and profitable day for those that invested into the John Mcleod Bank. So big thanks to everyone for jumping on board and some real bold betting in the last to sort of make a game of it, but went down swinging. And I guess the story of the day is probably Warmonger, isn't it? Just like emphatic win, absolute wet tracker, and I guess as you said before, good to see I Wish I Win back up to his best, and another just a great steer as well. So great ride, Luke Nolan, but probably the ride on Warmonger's probably just edges him out. I'd say, like, just to have that horse so close and in touch, and he just bore her up. He knew the horse was fit, had him all chasing, did the donkey work, and yeah, it was just a cracking ride. So
100%, couldn't agree more.
Full credit to him.
Great day of racing all round.
Yeah, it was good, and it was really good just to see the full coverage for Eagle Farm on one of their feature days. So these lesser states, they often get overlooked or they get sort of pushed around by New South Wales. But yeah, I think it was a bit of a blessing in disguise that Sydney got rained off, and a big thanks to Anthony Don for his efforts and his betting throughout the day. Well done, Donnie. Are you still with us?
Where's Johnny Mcleod? Is he going for a late brunch or something? Where's he at?
Cheers, boys. I've got to bounce to a dinner, but yeah, sorry I stripped everyone's cash, but it was a good day.
Yeah, you were on early and a big effort there as well. So well done, Donnie, and hopefully the Donnie supporters got a good result out of Ella's World yesterday, and Little Birdie Syndicate as well. Good result for those punters. John Mcleod, MIA, but Walt, a bit of deja vu. You guys get to dance again, so looks like you got a ticket to Melbourne, freezing cold, in a fortnight's time, and we're going to hold hands and kumbaya again on Stradbroke Day, out of the dungeon on holidays.
Mate, I can't even think about it. When was the last time I left the house during the day? I think I went outside to fill one of those punishments. Where is he? He can't be going missing.
He's got to be lurking in the background, I would have thought.
What's going on with these Queenslanders, eh?
Hey?
There must be morals in the origin now after Walt and McLeod's performance today.
Mate, you can call me a lot of things in life. You can't call me a Queenslander, for Christ's sake.
No, you've been there too long, mate. You've been there too long.
I have been, but I haven't been outside. And inside here, I had it blessed. So the dungeon is part of New South Wales.
By the way, we're cheering on this favourite in the last at Caulfield for me, guys.
D Lane couldn't get another one beat, could he, Gordo? Surely.
I got declared one. What's it called? Merzan or something?
Is this Merzan? This is the Waller thing.
We've backed it like it's unbeatable too.
This is the only race that they've had it revved up for. It just wasn't ready the last two starts.
Well, it's been 4 into 220, so you'd hope today's the day.
No, it had to be.
I've just tried to back it, and they're in the back straight.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Anyways,
Midfield,
I'm sort of half watching this race while
we're tuned into it as well. He's got it off the fence.
Just back yourself. Don't lose us your confidence for this one, Frosty. Come on. Got pony. Just needs gaps.
Just doesn't need something to fall on his lap.
Needs gaps. Oh, he's trucking. Come on. See daylight, please. No time for bad luck. Come on, there's your gap. Accelerate through. Accelerate through.
Is it going good enough?
Come on, Frosty. Come on, Frosty. Got to launch.
Is it going good enough? I don't think it is.
Oh, my God.
Gone. It's a goat.
Not fajita
Absolute camel. Is it?
How hard is it to get a favourite home this time of year?
Fajita sand. Oh, my goodness.
Tough going. Good going.
Fajita sand. That's a Hawks camel.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a worry. $15.
Yeah, one of my favourite expressions. You can't eat overs.
Walt, big thanks to you, Gord, sorry. Big thanks to you and the Racing Rant team. Sooty, make sure you give a shout out. And, of course, Marc Lambourne as well. And always appreciate your support. You guys are absolutely brilliant for the game. Not just punters, tipsters, educators, and fighting the good fight. So appreciate all your hard work and effort there. And the ball's a steel play to go chips in. You never die wondering, but well played, and I'm sure we'll be dancing again at some sort of stage in the future.
Beauty. Thanks, Scoot. Thanks, Nick. Great hosting work. And John, I love your hair, mate. I just wish I had some of it left.
Mate, you can have some of it. My next punishment will be shaving my head. I'll send it down to you.
Okay, we'll have a prop bet, mate.
Catch up with you soon, mate.
Cheers, mate. See you guys.
All right.
See you, mate.
I don't think we've got a hold of John Mcleod, but big congratulations and a big thanks to the MACBET team for their support. Obviously, great effort to runner up here again. And it's a bit of sense of deja vu. So unfortunately for Mr. Walter, we're not playing for a trip to Augusta, so we can't go around again there. But these two boys, John Mcleod and John Walter, will be going toe-to-toe to win a trip to Hong Kong International Race Day. So great prize put on by our major sponsors. So big thanks to Top Sport for taking on the action and taking on the bets, and Racing Queensland, and as well punting form as well. Great debut from you two, Nicky McWalter. I'm sure we'll see you again for Team Little Birdie. I thought you handled the situation brilliantly. Big thanks to our AV team, Borko, and all the rest of the Little Birdie team. And John Walter, you better get Beck ready because, up and against John Mcleod again in a fortnight's time, and we'll be doing it out of headquarters, out of the studio. So we'll have to super sub a new guest host. I think Nicky's out of action. You're away on holidays, so lucky you. But we're going to go around in a couple of weeks out of Melbourne. So can't wait for that one. And away we go again. Too good.
Can we bring Tommy Turbo down as well?
We might get him to host it. Or we might put him in the cuck chair. He can watch.
In the back.
Might be a 2-for-1 special. John Mcleod, you were finally gracing us with your presence.
Well, I left a little bit early just to get down to this Thai joint and get some soup.
Oh, you are red on.
It's a cracker, this joint. So it's raining here now. So I thought, okay, we'll get into a bit of soup. We've got a little chocolate, and it'll be good. Well done, Walt. You're just too strong.
Nice little John off in a fortnight's time.
No prizes for winning this week.
I can't believe I didn't tumble in with you when on that Derby horse. It was just, the pumpkin dead set went on in that race. It's just ridiculous. But anyway,
even Sicky,
I'm not going to make another mistake.
Even Sicky, you've tipped the 20-1 place getter, and then you basically, you couldn't have talked us into Warmonger, and hopefully the listeners at home, there's surely, you gave it the biggest ever push and then just didn't pull the trigger. It's amazing.
Yeah, it was just, I had bought him thing all day in the head sort of thing for saying that it's 2,400, it'll get it. But, the winner's 2,400 as well. It just, it gives you do some strange things at the track sometimes. You just, the favourites, they get you in because they're the best horses. But on a track like that, it doesn't need too much to go wrong for them to be, in trouble. And then you're backing similar horses around 10, 20, 30 sort of thing that they've got just, some sort of ability and go good. And you just got to keep charging into those things. They're the ones that keep propping you up throughout the year, that's for sure.
Yeah, two horses that Autumn Angel hemmed away, and then Curvalon. The race was sort of done and dusted by then. But as you say, it's 2020 in hindsight all the time. But even Gord, pre-show and on Bet Docker, he was going to have his life on broadsiding, and that was going to be his big result. The race falls middle of the card. He has 1,000. He's trying to preserve his chips, and I guess that's the nature of the beast and the tournament. It's easy from the cheap seats, but when you've got the cash and you have to pull the trigger, exactly even with your own money, you have days where you think, oh yeah, I've done the form well, but I've bet really poorly. So there's definitely that element to it as well. And obviously, this is just, I guess, no
doubt about that. I think
yeah, go.
The punting part of it is the hardest part. I think everyone's got the data. Everyone can see what everyone's doing. It's just a matter of how you handle your bank and how you when you step up and when you don't. The best time to step up is when you don't like a favourite and just step into the race. And unfortunately, there today, it wasn't that many that I didn't think had great chances sort of thing. But they are the time to bet. That's when you can find a favourite and you stay like.
100%. All right, enjoy the Thai soup, and you'll have to stump up for dinner again. But I guess it's my shout next time down in Melbourne for Stradbroke dinner, and one of you guys is going to be crowned the Winter King. But congratulations on your runner-up spot here, and it'll matter in 2 weeks' time in the big dance. So clear the calendar, and we'll get you on the plane.
Sounds good. Look out, Weld, I'm coming for you.
What's that Tin Cup? Whether the Tin Cup movie with the bloke who makes a par in the last round of the US Open, so I'll take 18 of them. Tin Cup says, mate, you'll be playing for second. You better fire up, mate. None of these pars. We want birdies and eagles. Come at me.
I'll cop a double bogey. I'll cop a double bogey if you get a triple.
Outstanding. Outstanding.
Right,
So great effort for the boys both to be in profit there, and good effort for the other guys trying to run them down. But again, the last race falls that way, and the programming had a big effect on the card as well. But can't deny the class of these two boys. They've done it before, and they're going to do it again in the big dance in a fortnight's time. So big thanks from us down here, Walt, and well done again. And can't wait to see you guys build your banks, go at it again for a second time, and hopefully get another great result for your investors. So big congrats, and see if you can put another one together.
Are we going to hold hands on the plane down this time?
Well, probably not. I might be on a separate flight. We'll wait and see.
Come on, mate. Cheers, guys. Well done.
Thanks, guys.
Okay,
Beautiful. Well
thank you,
done,
mate.
boys.
Cheers.
Big thanks to all our sponsors. So Top Sport, Racing Queensland, and Punting Form. Best of all, hopefully you guys have learned along the way. So make sure you tune in to Bet Doctor. Lots of free good content thanks to our regular sponsors in Top Sport. And that's part of what this is about. So learning how to bet. So again, it's ebbs and flows, ups and downs. You can be down in your ass like what was, and all of a sudden 2 results, and you're back in the game. And the in-play flux would have been huge there. But big thanks to me, Nick, and what a good day we've had.
Yeah, it's been a ripper. Look forward to doing it again, hopefully sometime soon. It's a bit of a shame that I'm going to be away now. I've had so much fun today, but I'm sure we'll do something again in the future. But yeah, hopefully the listeners have backed a winner or two and had a good day, because I know I have.
Yeah, great stuff, and good tipping by you. So such a good win, and so many good stories there up at Eagle Farm. So. All right, we'll be back here in a couple of weeks' time. We'll let the dust settle for the next couple of days. The dividends will be back into your account for anyone that's jumped into the John Mcleod or the John Walter Bank. So you'll get your money in your Top Sport account there, and then we'll probably open up the banks for the grand final edition on Monday. So keep your powder dry until then, and we'll see you in a few days' time when we announce the grand final officially. And I'll see you on Bet Doctor next Thursday, and we'll wrap it up from there as well. But big thanks for everyone tuning in, and hope you did well on the punt, and I hope you piggybacked a couple of these guys' winners, because they did tip a lot on today's show, so it was great stuff. So big thanks to me, and we'll see you on Thursday, Bet Doctor. See you guys.
Cheers, guys.